senior officials from both the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. The welcome also is extended to our very important and strategic partner, the Gauteng Business Unit of the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa, which at all times has and continue to play its role as the enabler of oversight. We are also expecting, and as I welcome the staff of the Gauteng Speakers Forum, so at the same time we also welcome the senior support staff of the South African Local Government Association, the Gauteng chapter. They can also indicate that there are some councillors, the members of the public and our long-standing stakeholders who are following this meeting on various social media platforms. I take this opportunity to also welcome them. This is the fourth time we are meeting with the Municipal Public Accounts Committees in Gauteng since they were elected and established after the local government elections, which were held in November 2021. The importance of this fourth meeting is that last Friday on the 26th of May 2023, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature passed the budget for the Gauteng Provincial Government for the financial year ended 31st of, or to end in 31st of March next year, 2024. This budget includes, amongst others, programs aimed at supporting municipal public accounts committees to enhance their oversight on municipal financial management, governance, and accountability. These are reflected in the programs of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We as SCOPA of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, working with the sister portfolio committees, the Finance Portfolio Committee and COGTA Portfolio Committee, have a responsibility to hold these departments accountable on a quarterly basis on their implementation of the programs which they intend to implement in this financial year to support the MPACs. We can only hold departments accountable if we understood their programs, but most importantly, that MPACs themselves have expressed their views on the appropriateness of these programs. It is in this regard that we have invited these departments to attend this meeting to present such programs for deliberation. On the same Friday last week, the roadshow by the Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Kane Maluleke, was with the leaders of the South African Association of Public Accounts Committees, our national body. The roadshow was to brief the association on the consolidated report of the 2021-2022 Municipal Public Financial Management Act audit outcomes. That roadshow by AXA was also attended by representatives of selected MPACs in South Africa. The roadshow was a broad national perspective. There was a need for us to zoom into the audit outcomes of the municipalities in Gauteng province. It is in this regard that we have invited the Gauteng Business Unit of the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa to make this presentation in the presence of the MPACs and the Gauteng province. The success of the oversight conducted by SCOPA and MPACs on public financial management, governance and accountability in the Gauteng provincial government and the municipalities can never be successful if it is not supported by the respective speakers. The Gauteng Speakers Forum has outlined some of the approaches to be explored to ensure the effective coordination amongst these public accounts committees in the province. Some of these will be outlined in the presentations by the representatives of the Gauteng Speakers Forum, who are going to be addressing this meeting. We are also hopeful that in the engagements with SALGA Gauteng at this meeting, we will be able to assist in positioning that board, which is SALGA Gauteng, to effectively support MPACs in their very important and unique oversight role. The SCOPA of Gauteng Provincial Legislature is hopeful that by the time this meeting comes to an end, we would have outlined a broad plan aimed at enhancing oversight on public financial management, governance, and accountability. Also, we would have begun the process of taking forward the challenge by the Auditor General of South Africa, that of ensuring an effective accountability ecosystem. I thank you, and with those words, I welcome you all. I hope that the program for today will be screened. Just to indicate that, as it is been lighted, that we will be having presentations first by the Auditor General of the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. Thereafter, we will have presentations by the Speakers Forum and the Gauteng SALGA. In between, we'll have discussions, and we hope that by this afternoon, depending on how the meeting goes, we will have the presentations by the two departments which we have invited. To ensure that we are represented, all of us, let me just indicate that I'm here with the members of the Public Accounts Committee of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Standing Committee, which is called SCOPA. There's Honorable Kanyane, Honorable Kekane, Honorable Mncube, and Honorable Randan. I was hoping that other members will be joining us, and I know that there's one member who's joined us online, although she might not be able to participate because the platform we're using is not an interactive one. We are also with the support staff to ensure that we are all here. Let's just indicate who is here. I know that we have received two apologies. One is that the Mfuleni local municipality has a council sitting today, so the members of MPAC will not be able to attend. So is the Midvaal local municipality. I know that we've got the support staff of MPAC here from the Midvaal. Let me just see if from Mfuleni, is there any support staff who's here? Oh, okay, none. But from the Midvaal, we do have. Are you alone for now? Okay, thank you very much. I would like that the other councillors just indicate, if I ask the chairperson of a particular municipality just to indicate how many councillors you have here. Don't give us the names for now because it might be very long. How many councillors we have here, and whether you also have support staff. That's all we need for now. Because we've started with CDB already, let's just find out from the municipality if they've already arrived. Let's get a mic, please. I don't know how we're going to do this.
Thank you, Chair. The MPAC Chair of Lisette Local Municipality. I have 2 councillors present. One is on her way and 2 supporting staff. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Smith Mnyake.
From Sidibeng District Municipality, are they here already? Not yet. And then from the West Rand, let's start with the West Rand District Municipality. The mic there, please.
Good morning, all. We are the support staff from Western District Municipality. Our chairperson on oath was only selected last night, so she was unable to make this meeting today.
Are there any councillors who would have made it?
No, just myself and Palesa.
Okay, let's take
Just
this
the support
opportunity
staff.
to congratulate the new chair. What is her name?
Councillor Butler.
Okay, thank you. Send our congratulatory remarks to her. Then the Rand West Local Municipality.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Councillor Ali Musina, the chairperson of MPAC, Rand City. I'm with 4 of my councillors and 3 support staff.
Thank you very much. Mohale City Local Municipality. Not here yet. And then the Mirafong Local Municipality. There's the mic there, please.
Morning, Chairperson. I'm Councillor O'Reilly from Merafong. I'm the only representative.
Are you expecting other councillors to join?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. No support staff? Okay. I think we've dealt with the West Rand. Let's move on to the metros. Johannesburg Metro.
Greetings, Chair and colleagues. My name is Petlel Rasuruta. I'm the chairperson of MPAC in Johannesburg. I'm with 6 councillors and 1 support staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. You're welcome. The city of Ekurhuleni. They are not here. And then the city of Tshwane. They are not here. I know that Mompati, you can help us later, maybe just be ready to help us. I know that the city of Tshwane, we didn't get even responses. But Mompati will help us to explain with all the others that have confirmed but are not here yet. Over to you, Mompati.
Good morning, Chair, honorable
You can
members.
stand so that we can see you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, honorable councillors and colleagues. City of Tshwane confirmed their attendance late last night. They'll be attending, the chairperson and councillors. And then City of Ekurhuleni, only the chairperson will attend this meeting. Probably he's running late. For now, that's what I got in terms of confirmation.
The other municipalities from the West Rand and from West Rand and Sidibeng who are not here?
They confirmed attendance, Chair. I think they are on their way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was hoping that in our midst we've got the Office of the Auditor General. They are here already, am I correct? Thank you very much. We also have the Salga Gauteng. Are they here already? They'll introduce themselves when they present. I don't see them. We also are supposed to have the Speakers Forum, Gauteng Speakers Forum representative. Not here yet. We also expecting the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs officials. Are they here yet? Yes, thank you. Then the officials from Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Okay, thank you very much. You'll introduce your who you are with when it's time for you to make the presentation. Thank you very much. Let's move on then to our first presentation, which is going to be done by the Office of the Auditor General. It is the Gauteng Business Unit. So over to you. You can come here in front and then make the presentation. Maybe as they do so, there are just few things I need to indicate. Before Babcebe Khulu Aza, let me just indicate the following, that we would appreciate it if we can all stick to allocated time so that we can have discussions or sufficient time for discussions. But secondly, I know that, when you deal with officials in particular, they always talk we as politicians, we use big words. But officials use a lot of acronyms and we don't understand them. So please try and assist us to understand some of the acronyms you'll use so that we are not confused. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of MPAC, honorable councillor of SCOPA, honorable councillors, chairpersons of Portfolio Committee for COCTA and Treasury, chairpersons of MPACs for different councils, councillors serving on MPAC, support staff of SCOPA, MPAC and Portfolio Committees, officials from Treasury, COCTA, all protocol observed. My name is Tumisani Cebekhulu. My role within the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa is that one of being the head of the Gauteng province of the AGSA, Auditor General of South Africa. I wish to bring warm greetings from the senior leadership of Auditor General of South Africa. And indeed, it is a privilege and an honor for me to address you today. Chairperson, it's important that before I delve into the presentation, I reaffirm our vision and mission as the Audit Office, which you would have spoken to at length earlier on, but I think let me just reaffirm and reemphasize to say we as the Audit Office, we exist to strengthen oversight, and therefore engagements like these are very critical in us fulfilling our mandate. The chair earlier on spoke at length about this particular depiction, which is an accountability ecosystem. And our view is it relates to the accountability conversations as well as oversight in public sector. It is a simple one that says there are different role players that exist. While we all have very distinct and independent roles, but we need to work together in a complementary manner to take country of South Africa forward, as well as the different councils and different departments. So we really say each and every role player has a part to play, starting with the officials of the different municipalities on the left. Typically, those are the key decision makers when it comes to various business activities of the different councils. Therefore, they are quite critical. We want to also elevate the role of internal audit, the audit committee, those are the governance structures, and most critically, the role of the accounting officers in driving the different councils and different departments forward. And of course, the role of executive authority is also important, and the role of municipal council, municipal public accounts committees, as well as SCOPA, which is the focus of today's presentation. And of course, from a coordinating side of things, the role of the Office of the Premier, the COCTA, and the Treasuries, who we call coordinating ministries or coordinating departments. And of course, the provincial leadership. So really our take when it comes to the accountability in public sector is a simple one that says if all these key role players, while they all have a distinct and independent role to play, but they need to fulfill their responsibilities in a complementary manner. And if all these role players are doing such, we will then see a difference when it comes to the public sector outcomes. The next slide, honorable chairpersons and members of MPAC and SCOPA, is a presentation or a slide rather that talks to what is the current picture of the Gauteng province with regards to the outcomes for the different municipalities. Excuse me. Starting at the bottom, the Gauteng province is responsible for about 190 billion worth of expenditure. That is in terms of the different budgets for the different councils. However, we can see that only 25% of the municipalities, or rather to position it differently, only 25% of that 190 billion is currently having what we call clean audit outcomes. Those ones are Midval, as well as the seat of Ekurhuleni. The bulk of municipalities are sitting in the yellow zone, which is the unqualified with findings. I always position the yellow zone slightly differently, because I always say it is not so much of a good space to be in, because it gives you a false sense of comfort in terms of where you are as an institution. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you become too comfortable in sitting in the yellow space, unfortunately, you miss out on opportunities to move to the green space. And currently, a lot of municipalities in Gauteng are sitting in that particular space. Of course, we do have others which are qualified. That's about 6%. In number terms, that's about 3 of the auditors in Gauteng are qualified. And of course, we also have the adverse. I think we would have seen earlier on in the year in terms of the Seat of Tshwane audit report, which we finalized, and it was an adverse opinion. We have also seen a regression, or rather a disclaimer, in the form of Mirafong. And I'm glad the councillor is here, the chairperson, because there we saw Mirafong effectively moving from what was already a not so good base to what we would term as the worst opinion, which is the disclaimer. So to summarize, we're having two auditees who are sitting in the clean opinion, being Midval as well as Mfuleni. On the far extreme, you're having Mirafong sitting as a disclaimer, as well as Seat of Tshwane sitting with an adverse opinion. Then the story, as it relates to the Gauteng province, local municipality, is a story that says we have seen a regression compared to prior year. Later on in the presentation, I'm going to unpack exactly what is driving some of the regressions. This graphic is a graphic that indicates where the different regions are sitting. And I was quite happy when the chairperson was going through the different regions, because in this presentation, we are indeed highlighting where the different regions are sitting. Earlier on, I did say, at the center, Ekurhuleni is sitting with a clean opinion. And then on the south, Sedibeng side, you can see that Midval is sitting with green. Lesedi is sitting with unqualified. Mfuleni, which I didn't elevate earlier on. Mfuleni is also sitting in a negative opinion. They regressed from unqualified to a qualified. And of course, we've seen what's happening in that area with regards to service delivery issues, with regards to the general state of the municipality, as it relates to what is that the municipality is supposed to do. Rand West, or rather the West Rand district, again, this is a district that for a number of years, we were tracking it as a district that was starting to turn the situation around. I've been with the office for quite some time. There was a year where we said, Gauteng province has got unqualified audit opinions, with the exception of Randfontein back then in the days, as well as Western area. Of course, those were subsequently merged to form Rand West. And Rand West had been for some time sitting in a bad audit opinion space. But I must say, chairperson and members, we've seen Rand West improving its outcomes for the current year. And I think we need to underline that particular point, because this is a municipality which, after they were merged, they were struggling, but through responding to audit issues, dealing with systems of internal control, we can see that Rand West has actually improved. Unfortunately, Mogale City has regressed, as well as Mirafong, as I outlined earlier on. Quickly, on the Joburg area, we can see that a number of municipal entities, and here I'm talking about big entities, City of Joburg, Water, City Power, Pick It Up, Metrobus, the market, they are sitting in that yellow space. Earlier on, I did say the yellow space, it's a good space to be in, but it gives you a false sense of comfort, because you may be obtaining an unqualified audit opinion, but you may also be having, which is the case in most of these entities, issues of non-compliance as it relates to SCM issues, as well as issues with regards to audit of predetermined objectives. AOPO, I think the chairperson did say we should stay away from the acronyms. So AOPO is shortly referring to service delivery, predetermined objectives. We've seen Joshco regressing to a qualified audit opinion. So that is a graphical depiction of the different audit outcomes in the Gauteng province. Of course, City of Tshwane, you can see there with the purple color, which obviously refers to adverse with findings. This is a slide which I will spend a bit of time. Chairperson, if I may also be assisted in terms of time, because I wasn't quite clear as to how much time I'm allocated, but please do indicate. So if I were to focus on the top line that deals with irregular expenditure, currently there is 6.4 billion irregular expenditure that was incurred last year. So when we analyze irregular expenditure, we look at the year-on-year movement. The year-on-year movement is 6.4 billion. The closing balance is 29 billion. So the year-on-year movement essentially adds to the closing balance. So to put differently, last year when we concluded the audit, we saw that the councils and the municipal entities incurred about 6.4 billion. The closing balance was then 29 billion. So what is the message? The message is the one that says in the province we are not seeing investigations being undertaken with regards to irregular expenditure, which is why the figure keeps on increasing. So the comparative figure for 29 billion was 25 billion. So the pace of investigating irregular expenditure and taking necessary corrective action is not the same as the level in which the year-on-year irregular expenditure is being incurred, which is why this balance keeps on increasing. So if you look at 2018-19, the figure was 16 billion. Now we're sitting at 29 billion. 22-23, if the situation is not attended to, we will cross that 30 billion psychological hurdle, if I can just use that reference. So really the call is let the investigation happen, let the corrective action be taken, and of course from the oversight, the MPACs, the different portfolio committees need to hold the officials accountable with regards to regular expenditure. The big contributors or the culprits are also listed there. For the 6.4 billion, City of Joburg, 1.3 billion, City of Tshwane, 1.2 billion, City Power, 962 million, which is a billion, Joburg Water, 705 million, pick it up for 62. That then underlines my earlier comment around the yellow space as it relates to the City of Joburg entities. You'll see there that the top 5, 4 of those are coming from the City of Joburg region, with the exception of City of Tshwane. But of course, it doesn't mean that others are doing well, like your Mirafongs, because when it's a disclaimer, it means we also could not quantify the regular expenditure. I know that the Mfuleni figure is also very high, but I wanted to elevate those top 5 ones. Closing balance, you can see that it has increased. I think I've already made that point. I also want to emphasize the point around where investigations seem to be happening. Again there, City Power, although they are continuing to incur irregular expenditure, but we saw that in the current year, 2.2 or rather 2 billion was investigated and it was written off. And we want to commend City Power in that case. They just need to deal with the incurrence of new irregular expenditure, because it doesn't help. You deal with the closing balance. On the other side, you're incurring irregular expenditure. So it's more like filling a bucket that is leaking consistently. And therefore, the system of internal control needs to be tightened up, firmed up, such that there is no incurrence of the new irregular expenditure. City of Ekurhuleni, it does have irregular expenditure, and I think that's the point which I want to make. Although it's a clean audit, but we've seen that for a number of years, they did incur irregular expenditure. And the message really here is, if we identify issues and you investigate, you take corrective action, you fix your system of internal control, you can get to what we call a clean audit environment. You'll see that City of Ekurhuleni has written off about 683 million because the MPACs, the oversight, would have investigated and taken the necessary corrective action. That then deals with some of the historical irregular expenditure in the environment, which others would have featured prominently in the media. But the key message is, if your environment is such that you investigate, you take corrective action, you can actually get to a clean opinion. The last point I want to make here is around City of Joburg, core now, the group. And we can see that 213 million was investigated and corrective action taken. So, Chairperson and members, my landing message really on this one is, let's investigate, let's take corrective action, let's deal with the incurrence of new irregular expenditure. Other than that, this balance of 29 billion, fast forward to next year, if we have a similar conversation, we could be talking 30 billions. Unauthorized expenditure, in simple terms, this is where you've spent more than what you've budgeted for. There we can see that the figure is still high. We're sitting at about 2.9 billion compared to 5.1 billion, which for 2021, or rather, let me position differently. We're sitting at 5.1 versus 2.9 billion. My graphic is the other way around. And we can see the top contributors, Mfuleni, there it's featuring. And this point of proper budgeting processes is a point which I want to elevate, because as the councils go out on the public participation, IDP processes, and communities are communicating their needs, if you don't budget properly, it is good as promising on matters that you're not going to be able to deliver on because of budgeting processes. So we really want to elevate this point. City of Tshwane, 1.3 billion. Rand West, 602 million. Although I've commended Rand West, we believe that there is a role that they need to fix there as it relates to the budgeting processes, as well as Mogale City. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we can see that City of Tshwane is featuring 845 million. This is the expenditure that was incurred in vain. So to put differently, this is the expenditure that could have been avoided. So City of Tshwane, 845 million. Mfuleni, 827 million. City of Joburg, 344. City Power, as well as MTC. So the overall message is, this area is also not being well attended to by the different councils. The numbers are quite huge. Gauteng's local government is by far the biggest in the country, and therefore, as the Auditor General releases her general report tomorrow, these are some of the items that are going to feature prominently with regards to the Gauteng province. Now, I've included this slide, Chairperson, just to drive a particular message, and the message that says, not only are we struggling with financial discipline issues, but there is also a failure to plan accordingly when it comes to infrastructure. Now, you'll see that the municipalities have got huge budgets. I mean, the first one, 46 billion, COE, COJ, etc., etc. Then you can see the portion that is going to capital expenditure, CAPEX, and the portion that is going to OPEX. So the first message is, generally these huge budgets are going towards operational expenditure. So there's not enough investment on the future, so to say. Then the second slide in the middle talks to long-term planning to say, now that you're not spending so much on CAPEX, let's understand what is the percentage of the amount that you are allocating to CAPEX as a total of your overall expenditure. And you can see the numbers there are quite low. We have then done a further analysis to say, look, let's look at the repairs and maintenance. Now that we've understood that you're not spending much, how much are you spending on repairs and maintenance? We can see that Midval 0.7%, Mogale 6.2%, West Rand 0, Rand West 1.5, Mirafong 0.4. Sedibeng seems to be spending enough money on repairs and maintenance, and I think there's a positive message there that we need to lift. City of Joburg 3.4, Mfuleni, City of Tshwane, COE, as well as Lesedi at 4.1. So on average, there seems to be less money that is going towards capital expenditure, a lot of money towards OPEX. If you dissect the operational expenditure further, you realize that not a lot of money is going towards repairs and maintenance. Which then begs the question, what is the future of Gauteng when it comes to infrastructure? We're not spending on CAPEX, we're not maintaining and fixing what's on the ground. So effectively, the future which we currently have may not necessarily but be what we're going to have in the future. I think the message is exactly that. There is not enough attention that is being paid towards these key items. Consultants, I won't spend a lot of time on this one, Chairperson. The key message is, as the audit office, we're not against the expenditure on consultants, but we're saying when consultants are being used, let them be properly monitored, reviewed, and I want to really elevate one, which is the Mirafong case. With Mirafong, they got consultants, they regressed to a disclaimer. Then again, you ask yourself, why would you bring a consultant and still end up with a disclaimer? But of course, we have seen other municipalities that have used consultants effectively. So the message is, use consultants, but for technical areas, make sure that you monitor. To the extent that they are not delivering, of course, we need to see what is it that needs to be done to get back the money that was spent in vain. I've made this point slightly differently to say the financial health of the province is deteriorating, and we can see there that for the past cycle that we audited, about 86 billion, which is 61%, is sitting with auditees who are having financial health concerns. And only 55%, which is about 56 billion, is sitting where there is intervention required. So maybe let me position it differently. All in all, most of the municipalities in Gauteng are having financial health issues one way or another. There is not a single one, maybe let me put it differently. There is one or two who are having good financial health disciplines. But if you look at the numbers, 5 plus 6, that's about 11 municipalities who are struggling, and the situation was exactly the same even in the prior year. So we saw that 33% of municipalities had deficit and 100% took longer than 30 days to pay their creditors. The average creditor payment period, 311 days, and you can see that the total areas is 30 billion. Most astronomically, some of these balances are owed to Eskom, Rand Water, and these are the matters that then start to talk to service delivery issues. One last point I want to make here, Chair and members, relates to unfunded budget. I think earlier on I spoke about they need to be disciplined when it comes to budgeting processes, because if you're gonna promise services, but you don't have the funds or you don't have the discipline to collect, unfortunately, it effectively means the citizens have been promised things that they are not going to get. We saw that 7 municipalities adopted what we call unfunded budgets. So you know that you don't have money, but nonetheless, still go ahead and say, look, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, which is not correct. We've made recommendations with regards to the mayors, the councils, and the different committees, as well as for COCTA and National Treasury as it relates to the metros, but of course it also does talk to the provincial treasury. So the key messages are key infrastructure assets are not adequately maintained. I think I made that earlier point. Increasing water and electricity losses, 3.2 billion water losses, resulting in lost revenue. Because if it goes, it means you cannot bill it. Budgeting for CAPEX is minimal. I spoke about that. Going concern issues were noted at Mfuleni, Mirafong, and City of Tshwane, and high debt ratios, even at the metros. So these challenges that talks to financial health are not only happening in the locals, even the metros are also struggling. These are the slides which we included so that we can demonstrate where, what are our observations when we went to the ground. Because we've taken a view that says it's good and well that we can audit the numbers, the financial statements, but we need to go and see what are the lived realities on the ground. So we selected a couple of projects. Those ones that you see there are the Ekurhuleni projects. We can see that, for example, there is a key performance indicator, Chairperson, that spoke to the number of new water connections meeting minimum standards. And Ekurhuleni targeted 1,000, they delivered 3,098. There is an indicator that spoke to percentage, total of water connections metered. I can't see the slide from where am I. Yes. So they reported, or rather, they planned for 94%. They reported 92%. The next one is the key message which I want to land. Number of reservoirs constructed. I think those of us that do frequent the East Rand region would appreciate that from time to time when it rains, either Thokoza, Katlehong, you do get issues of drainage being a problem. We saw that the target was 7 and the achievement was 4. That then starts to talk to some of the concerns that you're going to see on the ground. Stormwater systems maintained 7,000 versus 10,000, which again is good, but I suppose from a CAPEX point of view, I think there should be more money that goes towards CAPEX as opposed to the repairs and maintenance. Stormwater constructed 17 versus 26. That is a Ekurhuleni, which is a clean audit. So the message is, clean audit does not necessarily mean that everything will be perfect, and as we can see the numbers. But the key message is, with what they have, they are able to account effectively. But it doesn't mean that there are no service delivery issues. Now, City of Joburg, and I think we just need to draw correlations here. Similar thinking, we visited the projects, and these are real projects. I think Orlando West, Storage Farm, Lihaye, and I've also personally visited some of these projects. You'll see that percentage households with access to water, 97%, they reported 99%. But before I go to the statistics, let me also lend a particular message. With regards to City of Joburg, we qualified, or we reached a qualified conclusion when it comes to service delivery. So effectively it means what they reported on could not be supported. So effectively it's good and well that they are saying 99%, but we didn't get evidence. Percentage of household with access to sanitation, 93%, but the auditors couldn't get the evidence. Number of social housing units completed, they planned 349. They themselves reported 0, which of course, I mean, from the lived realities is a key message as to what is it that the citizens were expecting. Percentage of all recognized informal settlements provided with waste management services, 100%, they reported 100%, but from our side, we could not verify the 100%. So the message is, with regards to the city of Joburg, the service delivery issues, audit of predetermined objectives, we had serious challenges as opposed to Ekurhuleni, which although was not perfect, but this one was worse. Okay. Apologies. This is another one for city of Joburg. I think I have spoken to this one at length. This is the city of Tshwane one. Again, the numbers are very red. Okay, Chairperson, I think I'll take guidance from you. Okay, I can go on.
Yeah, I must say it's just an unfortunate situation, but you will get these presentations. The team is arranging that they be sent to you guys if you have put the proper email system. So you'll get it before, I mean, as the presentations are done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this is the city of Tshwane. Again, we saw that overall we were not happy with the service delivery reporting the audit of predetermined objectives, and we expressed our opinion, our conclusion, which was mainly in the adverse. And we can see that they had planned for a number of sewer connections meeting minimum standards, 1,000 versus achievement of 412. Percentage of complaints call outs within 48 hours. Target of 70%, only 67%. Infrastructure leakage index, 6.3 versus 6.48. Kilometers of roads and stormwater constructed to the required standard, 31,000, they reported 22,000. As I said, it doesn't matter what is it that they reported because ultimately this could not be supported. Percentage of wastewater samples compliant to water use license conditions. Now, this then talks to wastewater treatment issues. From our side, we've got, in terms of our new instrument, our amended powers, we issued what we call a material irregularity with regards to wastewater treatment plant at Roeval, and of course, the harm which we felt the city needed to attend to. But of course, I think we are now seeing what happened. So from our side, we're responsive in terms of issuing this particular material irregularity for the city to attend to. It's going the other way around, okay. Chairperson, this then talks to the material irregularities, which I've just introduced at a high level. So this deals with the situation where, in terms of the amended powers, when we identify that there has been a non-compliance and there has been a loss, the Act says we need to raise those material irregularities for the accounting officer to investigate and take the corrective action, stop the loss, and to the extent that the loss has not been stopped or recovered, we issue what we call a recommendation, give an accounting officer enough time to attend to the recommendation, and if the accounting officer does not attend to, we issue what we call a binding remedial action for the accounting officer to attend to that issue, failing which we then get to the stage where we issue a certificate of debt. And our view here is we would have given the accounting officer enough time to attend to the issues. And to the extent that the issues are not being attended to, then the accounting officer, unfortunately, will then have to be responsible, personally responsible for the losses that has been incurred. That's one part of the material irregularity. The second part deals with the harm that would have been caused to the citizens or to the institution. Hence, earlier on, I said for City of Tshwane, we raised that material irregularity that spoke to the wastewater treatment issues. So the previous slide was giving a graphical depiction of where the material irregularities are sitting. 11 is at Tshwane, 4 is at City of Joburg, 3 at Mfuleni, 1 Mirafong, and 1 at West Rand. This was as at the 30th of January. We had to cut it off at that point, but there's been a number of material irregularities that have been subsequently raised, particularly in the City of Joburg, as well as the City of Tshwane. I think the only municipality or two municipalities that don't have material irregularities currently is City of Ekurhuleni as well as City of, or rather, Midvaal, a local municipality. And Sedibeng district and the West Rand. No, West Rand district does have because of the VBS related issues. So this is what we've seen with regards to the material irregularities, and we've got recommendations to the MPAC as well as SCOPA. So we're really requesting accounting officers to provide feedback or an update on the MIs in the audit report to oversight. Monitoring the progress of action plans as committed by the accounting officers. As I said earlier on, accounting officers do commit to do something about these material irregularities. So MPACs and SCOPA can monitor those recommendations. Timely intervention from MPAC where there is a delay in implementation of planned actions, recommendations, or remedial actions by accounting officers. Ensuring that disciplinary boards are functioning and they also deal with issues of financial misconduct. We've seen that in some councils, disciplinary boards are not functioning the way that they ought to be. Ensure that disciplinary boards are functioning, I think that's a duplicate. Observations from the MI process. We've been able to drive some culture shift in the municipalities where MI have been raised, and we've begun to see the impact of our extended mandates as most accounting officers have implemented corrective actions, instituted disciplinary actions, investigations against officials who were found to be responsible, and they've implemented preventative controls while in the process of recovering financial losses. However, sometimes these MIs do take time because others are referred to public bodies. There is delays in investigations coming from there. Sometimes there is instabilities at accounting officer level because how the instrument is that if there is a change in accounting officer, you need to give the accounting officer adequate time to deal with the regulars, or rather with the material irregularity. This picture talks to what we've seen on the ground. At the top right, 32 million has been recovered and 537 million is in the process of being recovered. And I think this is a step in the right direction because had we not had these powers, would not be seeing those things coming through. And at 14 auditees, there's an improvement in internal control. At 4 auditees, responsible officials were identified and taken for disciplinary actions. Fraud and criminal investigations have been instituted. Of course, as I said, we can see that generally there is a move towards the right direction when it comes to the material irregularity process. Chairperson, that was my last slide, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address yourselves. And my final message is the one that says, we've seen pockets of excellence in Gauteng, but the situation is not what it's supposed to be. And to that extent, we call upon oversight to also walk this journey with us. We call upon oversight to also assist us in the material irregularity process, taking corrective action when necessary, investigation of that huge irregular expenditure, issues of service delivery to the extent that it relates to other portfolio committees because the situation on the ground is the one that says basic services are not being delivered in the main. Of course, there are others that are doing well, but generally the situation does not seem to be what it's supposed to be. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabekulu. Let me just say that our understanding is that most municipal public accounts committees have already received their reports from the Office of the Auditor General, and that they've already started the process or completed the process of doing their oversight on those reports. And that as we speak, some of you have already tabled your reports to the council. I'm saying some, the situation might be different, so we'll hear from you. So expect that this presentation that was made, it's something that was a broad report for what's happening in the province, but there are a lot of elements of what you already are familiar with because you have gone through that process. So as we move to the next stage where we ask you to talk to us about where the process in your municipality is and just comment on some of the things that are raised here or some of the issues you think need attention. But remember, you don't have a lot of time. We've allocated you about 3 minutes each. So we expect that you will do so. Where you don't have it in writing, you must just indicate, but then continue to speak to us about some of the comments you want to make or even questions you want to ask. We also expect that later when the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs together with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury present to us, some of these things will be reflected and they'll be able to assist us to understand what support will be given them. Later on, we'll have to agree on how we take up the recommendations by the Office of the Auditor General, how we take them forward, because we can't have recommendations and we don't follow up on them. So we're moving on to the stage where we will then ask the municipalities, and as I said, you don't have more than 3 minutes, you have 3 minutes just to talk to us. So we'll call you by name. Even those, I know that some have already joined us. They were not here when we introduced one another. So we will do so. So we'll start again in Sidibeng. We know that there's an apology from the Mfuleni and Midval because they are in the council meeting. But we will ask that the Sedi municipality be the first one. You can come forward so that when you are next to me, it's easy for me to remind you that your 3 minutes is almost up. Then be ready, Sidibeng District Local Municipality, if you are here. Honorable Kekane, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, Chair, I just wanted to make a comment and ask a short question before
Not
the
to
presentation, not to the Auditor General.
Not now.
Not now.
You'll get a chance.
Okay,
You will get a chance to do that. Yeah, yes.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I see now the House is full. Maybe if there can be update, because there were those that were not here when you were taking an audit, but now the House is full.
Yeah, as
Maybe they've
I
arrived.
call them to present, that's how we'll be able to know who's here
Okay.
already or not. Yeah, sure, thank you. Over to you. You'll just introduce yourself again for record purposes.
Okay. Greetings, Chair. Myself, the Chairperson of MPAC, Liseri Local Municipality, Councillor Smith Mnyageni. Also like to greet members of SCOPA present in this meeting, members of MPAC, and all official present. My 2 minutes starts now, Chair, as I will do just a brief presentation about our status on Lesedi local municipality. Obviously, starting with the background of the committee. Chair, perhaps firstly, I must perhaps introduce the table of content, which is a background of the committee, audit findings for 2021 financial year report, recommendation of the committee to council, challenges and conclusion. Chair, the committee was established in January 2022 by a council resolution after a local government election of 2021. The committee consists of 7 members, 3 ANC, 2 DA, 1 FF, and 1 EFF. The chairperson of the committee, Chair, is on part-time. Myself, I'm on part-time. Still waiting for the MEC to approve a recent council resolution for myself to be full-time so that I will be able to execute my task very well. Audit findings, Chair, for 2021-2022 financial year were that the municipality received unqualified audit finding for 2021-2022 financial year. The municipality remains stagnant when compared to prior year with unqualified opinion on financial statement and material findings, performance information, and compliance with laws and regulation. The municipality did not investigate prior instances of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and that the AG point MPAC for providing limited assurance as they did not institute investigation to the UIFs. Chair, as the committee, we recommended about 8 recommendations. Subsequently, there were council resolutions that the committee has fully considered the annual report for the municipality and adopts and approves it with no reservations. That on the expenditure management, the amount of 39 million irregular expenditure that was incurred in 2021-2022 financial year, accounting officer must submit a monitoring report of contract register and a report on quarterly basis to MPAC to conduct the oversight. That on consequence management, based on the 39 million expenditure that was incurred in 2021-2022 financial year, the accounting officer must appoint one of the panelists of the legal appointed by the municipal to investigate irregular expenditures to assist the newly appointed disciplinary board. That on risk management, on legal register, the accounting officer to give an update to council on quarterly basis. That the service providers used by the municipality sign a contract. 1 minute left, thank you, Chair. Perhaps I must just go to the last one, which are the recommendations. Yeah, I'll skip the recommendation that we submitted to Council, Chair, because I'm remaining with 1 minute. Perhaps one of the key challenges that we are having as MPAC in Lesedi is that myself, I'm part-time, and we also short staff. We only have 1 official who are assisting us as the MPAC. In conclusion, the committee appreciate the support provided by Provincial COGTA Provincial Treasury and SALCA through workshop, training and HR meetings. COGTA has appointed a service provider, Bonagute, to assist MPAC on UIF, and council is in the process of approving the UIF reduction plan. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There are two reasons why I extended your time. The first one is that you've achieved a clean audit, so it's a reward. But the second one, you did something that I suggest that all of us should not do. Don't go to tell us what all the sections you are going to present because you're wasting time. Just go straight to what you want us to focus on. And you don't have to do the whole presentation, just extract important things that you think are important for us to note here. So we move to the West Rand. We'll start with the Rand West local municipality. I'd ask that if Mohale City is here, let's see if you can raise your hand if you're here already. They're still not here. Then Mirafong local municipality, are you here now? They are still not here. So after, you can come, Chair. Then let's find out if the district, Western District, are you here already? Brother, you said which municipality are you from? Okay, you'll come after him. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Councillor Ali Musina, the chairperson of Rand West City Local Municipality. I've requested my support staff to send the presentation that I'm going to make here via email so that you can have it on your emails. It's actually the report we presented to council, but like the chair said, I'll only extract important things. Yeah. No, yeah. Chair, our committee, I was elected in January of 2002, and because of some politicking, my committee, I only got a committee in August of 2002. But we started making sure that we hit the ground running. So we are 14 in our committee, it's myself and 13 other councillors. Yes, 13, yes. Okay, our chair is requesting that I must say my name again. I said I'm Councillor Ali Musina. No, okay. Okay, no. Thank you, Chair. Let me extract the important things. Chair, there's my committee that I think it's reflecting on the screen. MPAC, like I said, where's that part that I want to, the oversight report was tabled at special council meeting held on January of 2023, and it was referred to MPAC for revision, for review. What we did is that we engaged with the Office of the Auditor General on the audit outcome, because at least our municipality, like the Auditor General, when he was presenting, he said we did get the, what do you call, unqualified audit opinion on our municipality. So we improved based on that. So we did review the I'm sorry, I don't know why today I'm like chair, but I'm sorry. Yes, it was tabled and it was referred to MPAC for review. We did review the report. We did engage with everyone within the municipality, the executive managers. We engaged with the Office of the Auditor General to make sure that we address what the Auditor General has recommended. The most important things that the Auditor General has flagged with regard to our municipalities was one on material irregularities. Secondly, the issue that MPAC did not investigate time, but after our engagement with the Auditor General, we did explain to the Auditor General that by the time we were supposed to engage with investigate the irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure, that we did not have a committee by that time. But I can surely confidently report to this House that tomorrow we'll be having a council meeting that is sitting, and 2 or 3 reports will be tabled: wasteful expenditure, fruitless expenditure, and irregular expenditure. In terms of consequence management, in terms of consequence management, we've made sure that our financial board, our financial disciplinary board, has been established and it's working effectively. There will be also a report based on the recommendations of MPAC that we are tabling so that it can go, the people can go to, like for discipline, because we feel that some issues that the Auditor General has flagged, they are being flagged. Supply chain is doing similar things year in, year out. Now there are people that we've identified as MPAC during our investigation that they will be taken through disciplinary hearing because they are doing the same thing. They are floating the law deliberately. Chair, I'll go to recommendations. That the annual report of 2020-2021 financial year be approved with reservations, that the findings of the Auditor General for the year 2021-2022 be attended to as soon as possible to avoid recurrence, that the accounting officer should exercise oversight responsibility over the report and compliance with the laws and regulations, that the committee of MPAC must deal with the backlog of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be tabling 3 reports. 1 report is on irregular, the second one is on fruitless, and the last one is on wasteful expenditure that we've incurred because of our municipality is not financially healthy due to the issue of we are owing ESCOM and Rendota, so we are paying quite an exorbitant amount of money when it comes to interest and all that. So, but we are dealing with that. We have made recommendations that we should write off some of the amounts, but where money should be recovered, we've even recommended to council that it should be recovered. So, Chair, I think that's us in a nutshell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson Ali. You also are rewarded because the Office of the AG said you've shown a lot of improvement. I can attest to that because amongst chairpersons of public accounts committees who have seen to be active, even interacting with us, let me say you are the only one. I mustn't say you are one of the others. You are the only one. So thank you very much for that.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor O'Reilly from the Merafong local municipality, impact member. We did our report on the 2021-2022 AG's report. We recommended the council to rectify all errors on the in the AG's report and report back to impact and council within 14 days. That report back will happen today at 12 in a special council meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's move on then to the metros. We know that when we spoke earlier, the city of Johannesburg was here. So if we can have the city of Johannesburg. After that, has Tshwane already arrived? Not yet. Oh, they are here. Okay. After you'll follow after that, and then the Ekurhuleni. Are you okay? So you'll follow after that. You'll be the last one. City of Joburg. Remember, you don't have to make the whole presentation, just highlight the important things and yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Okay. So do I have to take it off? I thought that was not going to happen. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all officials present here, councillors, and everyone. My name is Petlela Rasurute, the chairperson of MPAC in Johannesburg. I think the AG has touched on many slides that I've prepared, but we'll go straight to slide 1, which we will skip for now, since I think it's done in the interest of time. Chair, we can move straight to slide number 2, which was touched by the AG as well. Let's take slide number 3. MI identified in COJ since implementation of Act amendments. There are currently 3 active MIS that were disclosed in the audit report as follows. Number 1, MIS failure to correctly conduct and withhold employee tax on gratuity payments, resulting in wasteful expenditure of 9 million on penalties and interest charged by SARS. This was identified during 2019-2020. And I will take bullet point number 3. Construction of a fire station at Proteat Land Extension 13 without authorization, resulting in fine of 2.5 million by Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. This was identified during 2021-2022. We can move to our next slide. Recommendations to Council on Oversight Report. The committee made 30 recommendations on the 2021-2022 financial year oversight report that were approved by Council. Recommendations are there. We'll move to our next slide. Support from GPT and COCTA. Gauteng Provincial Treasury. The committee will like Treasury to intervene on ensuring that the disciplinary board that was established by Council in 2020 is functional and fully equipped to deal with financial misconduct cases within the city as per Financial Misconduct Regulation of 2014. Let's just highlight that one, Chair, and move to our end in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rasirut. I must say also that I really appreciated the invitation that you extended to SCOPA at one of your meetings early this year. Thank you very much. We will then move on to, I said City of Ekurhuleni, or is Tshwane first? Yes, City of Tshwane. We will give you, I nearly said sufficient time, but we know what your results are, so you've got 5 minutes.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Celo Mzaiya, a support staff from the city of Tshwane. First, we want to apologize for coming late into this special meeting and also give the chairperson and also the committee members an apology from our chairperson. Our chairperson was supposed to come with us this morning. At about 3 o'clock this morning, she sent us a message to say she has to send her daughter to hospital. That's the situation we're having. But what she has done, she has told us we have to attend and send in the presentation, and of which now we are not going to do a presentation, but what we'll be saying, we'll be talking about the processes of where is our own oversight report. Currently, that report was delayed. It only served, I think, at the end of May because of the amendments that were made by the APC. It's an audit performance committee of the city. It's called APC. Then now the report now is subjected to go for public participation, of which the public participation will be taking place from the 3rd to the 5th of June. There we are looking to satisfy the MFMA section 127. Then this report will only serve on the oversight meeting of the 9th in the committee, and also will be serving at the end of June in council. We all know that as the city of Tshwane, we have received that adverse opinion. And I think in all the newspapers, it was moving around a lot. As the Auditor General in the first presentation have said, we've got about 11 material irregularities, of which it's one of the parts that the designers or the researchers that are working on the reports are focusing on, in order to make sure the city manager can come up with a good plan to curb these findings that we have coming from the Auditor General. On that, Chairperson, I will say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's now receive the last report from the city of Ekurhuleni. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. My name is Councillor Mziyanda Mketsu. This is my maiden appearance, Chair. Just got elected 2 weeks ago, I suppose. So I haven't set any meeting outside meeting my internal audit and the risk, just to get a sense and understanding. My office, of course, would have assisted me on where we are. I believe that I'm able to answer that question. That as City of Ekurhuleni, we have already reported to our council in terms of the 21-22, and also reported to the Auditor Generally. We, in our program, currently, we note the draft or the quarterly reports that are coming to us. However, we will then sit from January dealing with the final audit report, which is, that will be 22-23. That will also be tabled together with the financial statement on March next year. So now we're basically dealing with the cases, dating from 2029, 2010, and also busy with investigation, or in fact, I've mentioned that with investigating those old cases in order to comply with the National Treasury Circular 111 to reduce on UIFWs by at least 75% and 100% for wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Let me just stop for now there. Thank you, Chair.
I think I will be dealt with at home if I don't congratulate you, my chairperson from my home city. Congratulations on being elected. Thank you very much. I think we've got a sense of where municipalities are, and we've got a sense of what the Auditor General have said, the Office of the Auditor General has said. So we'll open up for comments, questions on two things. One, the report by the Auditor General's office, and secondly, on some of the comments and reports presented by municipalities. Honorable Kekana, Honorable, right at the back, Honorable Randall after that, Honorable Mokhale. I'm looking at other hands, then at the back. Are there other hands? Because you remember we don't work on, what do they refer to? What do they call it? Brainwave. Then will be the last one. Yeah, okay, so let's go like that.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members.
When you speak, introduce yourself. No?
Yes, good morning to honorable members and all the colleagues present here. My name is Refilwe Kekana. I'm a member of this portfolio committee on SCOPA. Firstly, I just want to welcome the presentation made by Mr. Cebekulu from the Auditor General, and maybe commend the Office of the Auditor General in terms of the progress made on the material irregularities. Because for a long time, people have been lamenting the fact that the Auditor General does not have teeth. So since they've been given this extended mandate, I think we can see progress now. And I just wanted to check, in terms of recovering the financial losses, I want to check if there is any evidence of any financial losses that they have recovered so far, noting the delays mentioned in the presentation in actually arriving at that point, because it seems like quite a protracted process to get there. But we really appreciate the progress and appreciate the fact that the teeth are beginning to bite. And if it hits the rogue officials in their pockets where they would have to pay back, then it will be a very good deterrent, and it will begin to deal with the issue of corruption in our municipalities and in all our government departments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much also for being a good example to keep to the 2 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Councillor Chabulano Gangwe. Under the Chairperson leadership, Spetlele Raserutu from City of Johannesburg. Chair, I think 3 questions. One would be, what powers were used by the Office of the Audit to recover those funds that have actually indicated? Because that's exactly what we also want to do, if they can share those powers. 2, what are the powers that can this session, through you, Chairperson, assist us just to make sure that we are not just in meetings for the sake of reporting, however, to hold people accountable? The last one would be, so there's a confirmation that has been made on the irregularities of about, 6 billion. So the question there is that what is it that the SCOPA can do to assist irregular expenditure recoveries that are most needed? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you once again for short questions. Just to respond to our question, because it's ours, so you are now addressing us. I hope you were here when you did the opening remarks. We indicated that it's something that will ensure that we do oversight on, but we'll explain that thing later again. Honorable Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who presented here this morning. Chair, maybe a few comments or remarks in general. I'm a member of SCOPA, member Adriana Randall. Chair, yes, I've heard from various speakers in terms of the UIFW. One municipality spoke about reducing a strategy to reduce. Another municipality, I think Rand West, spoke about the backlog. So clearly there's a need that there must be specific attention given to some kind of a strategy. And one would wonder whether there's enough skills, whether this can happen, this can become a reality. I think this is also a move in the right direction if we start to look at strategies in terms of reduction. We've also noted the CAPEX versus OPEX spend. The Auditor General alluded to that earlier. I think this is critical. If you look at the 8% benchmark set by National Treasury and some municipalities, I think Rand West was the only one who showed us that, or indicated a 5% spend, which is, definitely not in order in terms of your infrastructure, repairs and maintenance. So I think in going forward, this should also be an area of attention. There was a mention made of write-off versus recovery, Chair, and I would love to find out whether there is condonement requests. Can municipalities make condonement requests to Treasury like we do in the province? Chair, then in terms of vetting of supply chain staff, the security vetting, whether that is happening. Chair, and then what also assisted us in the province is probity auditors that we're making use of in terms of checking our tender specifications before a tender would go out. That has helped us a lot. That's been saving the province a lot of money in terms of irregular awarding of tenders or contracts not coming from the ground. So I think it's something, there's some, remarks, and there's also some suggestions in my comments made. And I think, finally, a standard operating process is needed in terms of dealing with financial misconduct. One municipality can say, but it's run from the office of the mayor. The other municipality can say, no, we've got the risk and the internal audit committee. I think it's time that we go and have a look to see how different municipalities deal with financial misconduct cases and try and strategize so that we can see if there's a skills gap, if there's some, assistance that we can give in terms of standardization. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khale.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Honorable Refilwe Mokhali. I'm a member of Finance Committee. Have been invited to join this meeting. Chair, just one question from myself is around the deployment by Treasury to municipalities, deployment of officials by Gauteng Treasury to municipalities. And I think the Auditor General's office can respond to that, whether that deployment, is it bearing a positive results? Is it effective? Or another question is it monitored for that mechanism to transfer skills, but also help municipalities to produce better results? Because my concern is that year in, year out, I heard you saying that some municipalities have improved and we appreciate that. But my concern is the aim of Gauteng to aim for clean audit reports. So I just want to hear from the auditors general whether how effective is that deployment by Treasury to municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously, parts of your questions will also be responded to later when Gauteng Provincial Treasury gives their report. The last comment or question, I want to appreciate everybody who've been right on time. So thank you very much. Over to you. Now you must use a mic because we record. You must also, no, you can stand there, they'll bring it to you. Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Okay, Ndimachironi, Chairperson. Ndimachironi.
Ambudi.
My name is Masindi. My name is Masindi Mbengwa Wakwinda. I'll be straight to the point. I'm a ward councillor with a constituency in Johannesburg, and I sit in this MPAC in the city of Johannesburg with Chairperson Rasirute there, who just came in. I think he doesn't have 2 months or 3 months as the chairperson. I wanted to ask these burning questions. West part, because I'm coming from one of the biggest top 4 municipality, and the oldest metro. One is to say
that's part of wasting your time, but go ahead.
Chairperson, I don't want it to go personal. I'll come to the caucus. Okay, I wanted to get to the point, Chairperson. We have got a problem of the AG coming and identifying, and we have got a problem of the administration. With the advent of this whole low voter turnout, whereby we are leading with these coalitions, it now breeds a problem of unaccountability. Like, for example, the MPAC of the city of Joburg was on ice for almost 6 months because of the squabbles that we had. And now that breed the unaccountability, because this other administration, when it comes in, they will do whatever that they want. I wanted to bring you to the problem of the DC boards. Is there a way that we can have a one standard that is cutting across, which is very strict and very, very, very serious? Because the previous administration in the city of Joburg, prior to this one that is current in, went and doctor the rules of how the board should function, which they were, I would say that the witchcraft. They went in and then dealt with the references and the terms of reference and rendered it dysfunctional. And I'm going to point to where the problem is. That is where you are praising the city power for writing off one of the UIFWs, city power, as it was like being presented. And then we find in a predicament whereby technically they have undermined the MPAC.
You have 30
by doing
seconds.
that.
30 seconds.
So now the question that I have is that with all these predicaments of the unstable government that can change overnight, how do we do these things? How do we find ourselves functional? Lastly, can we in principle, because when we are dealing with these issues, we are tampering into people's loot. Can we in principle agree that it must be, and we are lobbying you to say all these chairpersons of the MPAC or our SCOPA in our municipalities be given 24 protection, and the MPAC members should also be considered for this. Like, for example, in the metro, we are now a
Let's
threat.
agree that you will make some suggestions later, because for now, just clarification on issues. I think the point is well made. Thank you very much.
I was just threatened with your 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
So,
No,
but
thank you.
Zoya Lapaya,
Okay.
our board.
No, sure. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to the office of the, obviously some of the issues you don't have to respond to, because the later presentation will do so. Respond on things that are that are within your mandate. Thank you very much. I would appreciate if you were to come forward here so that it makes things easier for our recording. Over to you, Mr. Qebekuni. Thereafter, we would ask Salga to be ready and also the Gauteng Speakers Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate and recognize the questions that have been asked by the different members and councillors. I think the first one which I want to deal with, Chairperson, is the comment that came from Honorable Kekana. Thank you very much for the question. I think the question was very pointed in terms of are there funds that we've seen being recovered? And here I want to elevate one, which is the city of Tshwane. There was a payment that was made to, or rather not made, there was a situation where a hacker hacked into the system of city of Tshwane and stole over 100 million, just in terms of how the IT system was configured. So we raised that particular material irregularity, and in the process of us highlighting it, the city was able to recover those funds. That is but one example where if we had not used this instrument, that money would have gone down the drain in terms of it being lost. So that's one example I want to elevate. And I think it also does talk to the other question that was raised, I think, by Honorable Councillor Ngwenya, in terms of what are the funds that we've seen. And of course, we also need to take a long-term view in terms of what is the intention of this instrument. One, it is to recover the losses. And number two, it's also to deal with the issue of the internal control, addressing the systems of internal control such that the environments are quickly enough to prevent and also detect instances where the wrongness has happened. And we have seen that generally there is that responsiveness. The delays indeed, in the natural age of the MI process, you will get to a stage where if you don't recover, maybe to stay with the city of Tshwane example, if the accounting officer did not do enough to recover that 100 million, give or take, which was lost, what would have happened is he would have aged the material irregularity in the system, would have said, look, now that we've told you that there's losses, go and recover. Luckily, they did that. Had not they done that, we'd have issued the recommendations, binding remedial actions, up until the natural age of this material irregularity. Therefore, we see it as a gain if after we raised the material irregularity, they then run after the culprits, so to say, because in this case, money was actually being stolen. SCOPA, what can they do? I think that's for you, Chairperson. But in our presentation, I did allude to the specific recommendations to SCOPA. Honorable Randall, indeed, I think the CAPEX versus OPEX conversation, it's a very rich one. And I'm glad in the manner in which you've processed it, because essentially it means exactly that. We need to spend so that we deal with the future of Gauteng province. Condonment requests, I think Treasury can also respond to this one. I've seen in one of the metros, but that was a while back, where the metro wrote to National Treasury seeking a condonation. But I've also seen a process where they've written, obviously, to councils in terms of the investigations and the write-off. So it can be done, but I've seen many instances of that being done, but it can be done. Deployment of officials, thank you so much for the question. I think, Chair, this will best be responded to by Provincial Treasury. In my slide, I did allude to 4 consultants or 4 municipalities where consultants did not add value. I didn't include the names, but I did indicate what the challenges were. One, city of Tshwane, as an example, they were qualified, or rather they got an adverse opinion, which amongst other areas spoke to assets, and consultants were working on assets, and we have raised an MI accordingly. Mirafong, I spoke to Mirafong earlier on. I think Lisedi was one of the ones which are also elevated in terms of the challenges that are there. So we have seen where consultants are appointed, that there have been issues, but the question is, are those consultants funded by municipalities or by provincial treasury? So the aspect that deals with the provincial treasury, I think treasury can respond to that particular one. Yeah, I think the observation around DC boards, we've seen from our side that generally there are challenges there. And I think I did make that particular point in terms of my presentation. I won't comment on the city power undermining the MPAC. I think that's not my question to respond to. But really from our side, what we've done, we've obviously identified the irregularities. We've audited the municipalities in accordance with the MFMA. And the MFMA is very strict in terms of what needs to be done if there are irregularities. So we've walked the process, looked at the MPAC processes, looked at the DC board processes, and we've obviously pronounced where there are issues. And of course, I think the MPACs, the SCOPA, will then have to look at these matters and see what is it that can be done. Again, in my presentation, there are specific recommendations which I'm making, which of course I think, Chairperson, you're going to look at those and see which ones will assist the work of the MPACs as well as the SCOPA. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabekulu. Let me now call upon the Gauteng. It's Salga Gauteng. To then immediately after that, we'll ask the Gauteng Speakers Forum to be ready. Just to remind the speakers that we've agreed that we'll stick to the time. So that's why you're always next to me, so that I can remind you about the time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members of the SCOPA, chairpersons of MPACs from various municipalities, colleagues from municipalities. My name is Silo Marokani. I'm the manager for strategic support and analytics at SALGA, also dealing with governance, intergovernmental relations, councillor support and welfare. We were requested to make a presentation on our view as SALGA in terms of the audit outcomes. What is it that as SALGA we are going to do to support member municipalities?
Can we, there's it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the presentation, Chairperson, the first slide, Chairperson, is just to recap, just to illustrate what is the role of SALGA in terms of the legislation, what is expected from us as SALGA in terms of the legislation to support our member municipalities. Starting with the Constitution of South Africa, the Constitution provides that SALGA is a body that should represent member municipalities in intergovernmental relations as a sphere of government in order to ensure that we represent our member municipalities. The reason being that if you have 257 municipalities, it's impossible for those municipalities, all of them, to participate and engage in the IGR structure. So SALGA was established as an association that will be the voice and represent member municipalities. We have 10 seats in the National Council of Provinces, and also we have 9 provincial associations in each and every province. And we also sit in the Financial Fiscal Commission, FFCs, and also in the budget forum to represent member municipalities. Furthermore, the Municipal Systems Act also mandate that SALGA should develop common approaches for local government as a distinct sphere of government in order to ensure that we assist local government to be developmental in nature, and also try to find solutions for problems that relates to local government generally, and also try to enhance cooperative governance and assistance in sharing resources, since we know that we don't receive enough equitable share from national government. The white paper also stipulates that SALGA should play a leading role to support member municipalities in the whole transformation of local government, and also make a strong contribution to the development of municipalities through representation in various IGR forums. And also the IGR Framework Act also talks more about SALGA participating in the intergovernmental relations in order to ensure that we assist member municipalities to deliver on the object as set out in section 152 of the Constitution, which is to provide democratic and accountable government to municipalities, ensure provision of services to municipalities, and promote social and economic development, and promote safe and healthy environment, and encourage involvement of communities and community organization in the governance of the municipalities. So based on the outlined legislative imperatives, SALGA developed its mandate in order to ensure that we represent and provide support to our member municipalities. Firstly, is to represent and promote and protect the interest of the municipalities in each and every piece of legislation or policy developed by provincial or national government, that any legislation that is impacting. I think we have seen, we made a contribution and strides in the amendment of the Systems Act and the Structures Act in order to ensure that we promote professionalization of local government, in order to ensure that there's administrative stability in the municipalities. Given that since 2016 we have seen the mushrooming of coalition governments, more especially in our 3 metros in the province since 2016, and after 2021 we have seen out of 11 municipalities, 10 of our member municipalities are also under coalitions, which 6 of them are very unstable. We see that in each and every council sitting, there's a motion of no confidence. So you can go to bed today having a mayor, the following day we have a different mayor. And that on its own also have an impact in terms of the functionality and effectiveness of our Section 80 and Section 79 committees. One of the things that we also contributed, Chairperson, is the issue around the institutionalization of the MPACs. You'll remember that MPACs was also part of the Section 79 committees, which were established discretionary by municipal councils, that you can or you cannot establish MPACs. But now the Municipal Structures Amendment Act now make MPAC a separate committee that it must be established in all municipalities as a Section 79A committee. It's no longer discretionary where you will have other municipalities not having established those structures. So we also play a role in terms of capacity building by providing trainings and capacity building skills programs to councillors, more especially with regard to the relevance of this committee, Chairperson. We have been training the MPACs chairpersons with various skills development programs, analysis of financial statements, consequence management, and overall interpretation of the legislation and consequence management. I'll jump this slide because it's just a repetition of our mandate. So, based on our analysis, Chairperson, our view from the Auditor General's report, One of the things that we have identified, challenges that we've identified facing the sector, are interlinked challenges. One amongst others is the capability and governance and leadership. I think the AG has emphasized on that there is weak leadership in the municipalities, and also instability in terms of the councils. We have seen frequent and perpetual motions of no confidence in the municipalities. So in order to ensure that we strengthen and we try to build political stability in the municipalities, as SALGA, what we have done, Chairperson, we have developed a coalition governance framework, which is a guideline that we are encouraging municipalities to adopt in order to ensure that we have stability in the municipalities, which set out the guidelines in terms of how to process coalition agreements in the municipalities. What we have seen is that in many instances, coalition agreements are not written or are not legal documents. It's mostly gentlemen's agreements where one party enter into an agreement with another for maybe the appointment of the municipal manager, the executive mayor, the speaker, and come the time when you have to approve the budget, and then you shift. You are no longer going to vote with the party that you get into coalition with. So we have developed that framework, which we are sharing with all municipalities that they must consider. And also what we have done, Chairperson, is that we have engaged the Minister of COPTA also with proposals to make amendments to the Structures Act to amend Section 12 notices, which I think the previous provincial executive in Gauteng has adopted a mayoral executive system in the municipalities, which is what we are seeing currently, where you have the executive mayor and the mayoral committee being appointed. So experience have shown us in the KwaZulu-Natal, in the KZN, that a collective system with EXCO is very functional, where you have proportional representation of all political parties that have won seats in the municipalities. They share executive responsibility collectively, and then each party that has won votes will be represented in that in council. It's very functional. It's working very well, but that will require, if to be implemented in the province, the amendment of Section 12 notice by the MEC and the Minister of COPTA. So those are some of the things that we are doing in order to try to assist in terms of supporting our member municipalities. I'll just go straight, Chairperson, into the challenges that we've identified. One is ineffective political and administrative leadership, unethical leadership, weakened oversight due to political infighting in council, level 2 interference and administration, inadequate consequence management for poor performance and transgression, weakening municipal governance and leadership, characterized by poor oversight and limited consequence management. So we have identified some solutions that we thought maybe they can assist our member municipalities by strengthening inclusive governance mechanisms to increase accountability and trust in local government. We have identified and we have started appointed the service provider that will assist with an accredited municipal governance training program that will assist our MPAC members. We have just finalized the appointment. We are going to start in the new financial year, starting from the month of June. There will be some training that will be done in the various municipalities. And also, Chairperson, we have seen that there is no performance management system that is being put in many municipalities to assess the performance of the officials in the municipalities. So we are assisting municipalities to implement a performance management system and also provide support to review the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, But we know that COCTA has appointed the service provider to assist in terms of the implementation of IUWF reduction strategy in the municipalities. But we are assisting the MPACs in terms of facilitating investigations on unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. And also, we are training our MPACs with the consequence management framework that has been developed in partnership with COCTA and National Treasury on the steps that need to be followed when to recover where are cases of unauthorized and irregular and fruitless expenditure. And one of the other things that we have identified, Chairperson, is the issue of role clarification between the MPACs and the disciplinary boards. So we are going to embark on a process that is going to assist in terms of clarifying what is the role of the MPACs in terms of investigation, more especially around investigation, who's supposed to do investigation, and so forth. So we are going to embark on that particular role of trying to assist. And also assist capacitation, like I mentioned, the programs that we are going to do, training on the analysis of the annual financial statements and the annual report, which we have done in the previous financial year. We will continue doing that. We have started also, Chairperson, to do training on the ethics and integrity management. We have started last week, there was a training in the Western District where there was a training on anti-corruption and ethics management, and then also develop skills and develop products in leadership governance program that will assist municipalities. And lastly, Chairperson, to ensure the functionality of the MPACs and sustainability is to try and bring in solutions to address the coalition governments which are bringing instability in most of the municipalities. So those are some of the programs that you're going to implement, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. The Speakers Forum, Gauteng Speakers Forum. After this, we'll have a discussion on the two presentations. You can make your comments, you can ask questions. It will all be you. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Umuran Rambau. I'm the manager of Gauteng Speakers Forum. Allow me to also further extend my greetings to the Deputy Chair of Committees in the GPL, Honorable Kanyani, members of SCOPA, members of the Finance Committee, chairpersons of MPACs, members of MPACs, SALGA, and colleagues. Chair, you will guide me in terms of how do I navigate on my presentation. Okay, thank you, Chair. So, we have been requested by SCOPA to share our perspectives on strengthening and supporting MPACs in the province, to conduct oversight on public financial management, on governance and accountability of Gauteng municipalities, and on what ought to be the role of Municipal Public Accounts Committees. Okay. So in terms of the presentation outline, that is the introduction, the background, projected support for MPACs in the current financial year of the GPL, the role of MPACs. So just by way of introduction, as I've indicated, we have been invited by SCOPA to share perspectives on strengthening and supporting oversight on public financial management, governance and accountability, and on what ought to be the role of Municipal Public Accounts Committees. So in our view, the invitation intensifies the collaborative engagement between ourselves, SCOPA, and MPACs. The collaborative approach is further anchored on the adopted MOU between the Gauteng legislature and municipal councils. So Chair, I want to confirm that out of 11 municipal councils, 9 have adopted the MOU. Merafong, Midval, and City of Johannesburg will be adopting on Thursday, this coming Thursday. So the collaborative engagement is also anchored on Chapter 3 of the Constitution that relates to corporate governance. So in June 2022, a similar request was made by this committee that the Speaker of Gauteng Legislature comes and outline the areas of support that we have projected. Next slide. So in terms of the background, as I've indicated, this invitation cements the collaborative engagement between the GPL, Municipal Public Accounts Committees. The MPACs are at the epicenter of legislative oversight on financial and non-financial performance of executives, authorities across all the tiers of governance. So efficiencies of these committees have implications for accelerated and stagnant services delivery. So in essence, if MPACs are not doing what they're supposed to do, the executive will not perform. Or put it differently, if the executives are not performing, MPACs are not doing what they're supposed to do. These committees are also a vanguard for ethical and good governance, legislative compliance. You would have noted from the presentation from AG that matters of unethical maladministration, lack of compliance with the legislative provisions would have been highlighted as the cause that is leading to regressive audit performance. So if public accounts committees are not doing their job of being the vanguard of ethical and good governance, you are going to get such results where municipalities are behaving unethically, where there's maladministration across the board, where there's no compliance with the underlying municipal legislative provisions. So during the session of MPAC held in June 2022, we have committed, Chair, that we are going to roll out the following trainings. The first of the trainings that we projected was rolled out on the 4th of October here in this municipality in Germiston. So that seminar that was held on the 4th of October, the overarching resolution was that we need to adopt a Gauteng Clean Audit Roadmap. And that roadmap would also encompass the following matters: assessment of performance reports, oversight on UIF and Ws, support on AG, consequence management, taking up of recommendations with AG. And on the issue of consequence management, Chair, you would have noted that Mr. Tabekulu emphasized that part of the ballooning irregular expenditure is resulting from lack of implementation of consequence management. And I think what we resolved in that session that was held in this municipality was that where MPACs are unable to provide oversight on certain matters, especially those that have got criminal implications, those matters must be referred to the SIU. So I think the view of that session was that we also need to conclude an MOU between public accounts committees and SIU to only deal with those specific matters that have got criminal implications. So in terms of the session that was held in October, there were other items that were not dealt with in that session, Chair. And those items were supposed to be done by an expert. Unfortunately, the expert did not arrive, and these matters would still be tabled in the next session, Chair. So in terms of the trainings projected for the current financial year, there would have been a training that should have occurred on the 15th of March, Chair. That was later cancelled on the eve of the conference. And I think we want to apologize for that because the confirmations were overwhelming, Chair. Almost every chairperson of MPAC in the province had confirmed attendance together with members of MPACs. But for some reason, that session had to be cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances of the legislature. So the Speaker wants to extend sincere apologies for that and wants to recommit that we are going to convene a further session to deal with those issues. So during the Q3 of the Gauteng legislature, we have projected a training that would look into improving oversight on irregular expenditure, oversight on grant allocations and expenditure management. Q4 will also convene a training that will look into taking up of the recommendation by the AG, approaches to disclaimers and qualified audits. So in terms of what ought to be the role of MPACs, Chair, the Gauteng Speakers Forum, I think in the spirit of collaboration, we have said that we are not going to adopt a siblings approach where us as the GPL, we see ourselves as the brother of municipal councils. So it is always in the spirit of collaboration. The Gauteng Speakers Forum does not prescribe what should be the roles of MPACs. The roles of MPACs are contained under Section 59 of the Systems Act. SALGA has also published the guidelines in 2012. The National Treasury and COGTA has done the same. So those roles of what MPACs ought to do are clearly outlined under the Systems Act and SALGA guidelines. So the role of MPACs are a delegated function of council. So council would say, can you please do scrutiny on financial and non-financial performance of a municipality, make recommendations to us for consideration. So what follows, Chair, are just various provisions that empowers MPACs to conduct its business. And these provisions are a delegated function of council to MPACs. So that is just that in the majority. What also follows there, Chair, are provisions that are extracted from the MFMA and what do they call it? The supply chain management policy, regulations rather, as adopted by the National Treasury. So those regulations, the MFMA would have outlined the requirements in terms of reporting for municipalities that on a quarterly basis, on a bi-quarterly basis, this is what we expect from MPACs. The issues of the annual reports, the provision of oversight on the annual report is as a requirement for MPACs. And Chair, one of the things that we have noted in the outgone term of local government, 2011-2016, was that MPACs had not filed oversight report on the annual report with the MEC of COGTA and the provincial treasury. And those have implications when municipalities want to request grant funding from the provincial government, that MPACs would not have accounted on the financial and non-financial performance of municipalities. So from our side, we want to encourage MPACs to file the oversight report on the annual report. Chair, that brings the presentation to the end. Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rambau. At this time, we are going to open up for comments, questions, discussions. Please, let's limit our comments, discussions to the presentations that were made by SALGA and by Gauteng Speakers Forum. You can also comment on the presentation that was made by the Office of the Auditor General. Remember that after lunch, which is going to be at 1 o'clock, we're going to have we're going to have 2 presentations by the departments, and then we'll further engage on that. Let me just say that we are also following comments and questions on our social media platforms. So if we do get some comments and questions, we'll also bring them forward. So I'm trying to encourage that those that are on those platforms to also make comments and questions. We will be able to raise them here at this juncture. So I'm opening up for questions, comments. Well, I'll start the site. There's number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 for 5 and 6. Remember the rule. Just don't take more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jerry Holtzhausen. I'm an MPAC member from Lesedi. Both the speakers referred to the issue of recourse management, and I'm glad they did that. At the MPAC where I'm involved in, I've seen over the years that no recourse management had taken place at all. So your UIPW obviously increases every year because there's no recourse management. So if the people see that nothing happens with me, should I engage in UIFW, and there's no consequence management, then obviously it will continue, it will increase. So that's something we need to look into specifically. And then secondly, quickly, we did engage the SIU about 4 years ago with investigations. They came back to us, indicated probably 4 people with specific cases, and they indicated that they did have prima facie evidence. However, it's now 2 years later and absolutely nothing have happened. So whatever the engagement with SIU going forward will have to be such that there are indeed results coming from that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You said it from which municipality again?
From Lesedi.
Thank you very much. Number 2. I know you've spoken before, but please repeat your name because it's for record purposes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. It's Councillor Uchablan Ngwenya from City of Joburg and Chairperson Spetlele Rasrut. SALC have actually made mention of the framework of collusion that they've established and about to be adopted. Can we please be shared with that framework so that we get to its acknowledgement? They've also made mention of the training of the consequence management. The question is, when are you coming to City of Johannesburg? Because we seem to be having challenges there. We'll get to the speaker. They've made mention of the implementation or that have been established of the road, the cleaning roadmap. However, the question is that when is the implementation happening? Because the lack of us delayed, we'll be seeing a whole lot of these UIFWEs. As it has just been mentioned as well here, that by the councillor, that somewhere it has worked. I mean, it has been established an engagement with SIU, however, there's no implementation. So it's again another waste. So when can we see a proper implementation that would give us results? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Chairperson. My question will be.
My name is.
My name is Honorable Pinky Mngube. I'm a member of SCOPA. My question maybe it's related to both the AG and SAGA. The AG indicated that the Treasury and Quota in the province have the role of supporting and monitoring. Where I'm coming from is that you find that most of the time there is a resistance from municipalities in terms of the COGTA getting deeper into the support. and then they will always say the province can't play a big brother role. Then also, 2 years back, the then MEC indicated that he has seconded his provincial officials to some of the municipalities for support and monitoring. However, those officials, when asked by the committee, they will say also they are finding some difficulties because in terms of the legislation, they can't go deeper into really helping. So from where you sit, what more should they do in terms of ensuring that? Because if you then say you declare section 139 or whatever, they will then ask to say what kind of support that you have done, whereas there has been resistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, even Department of Gauteng Department of COGTA will also make a comment when they make their presentation on that.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm Councillor Chris Antwana. I am a member of Group Finance and Impact for the City of Johannesburg. Chair, noting that the City of Johannesburg is one of the most unique municipalities in our country, whereby we have 14 entities, I'm a little bit appalled by the fact that we continuously, part of SCOPA, part of the National Treasury, COGTA, and the AG, continuously ignore the fact that these entities were incorporated under the Companies Act. Now, to be quite frank with you, we find as Impact, the MMFA, PMFA, entirely useless in order to deal with the issues that we need to deal with. We feel that the Companies Act should be our point of recourse for disciplinary action together with taking accountability on directors and board members. The reason why I'm saying that, if we push these issues onto the directors and the board of directors, the UIFWs in the City of Johannesburg would reduce significantly because we're placing it under the entities in order to deal with. All we will require as MPAC is the investigation report, the board resolution for the relevant write-off, the director's resolution, both from the board and the directors, stating they understand their roles and responsibility in terms of the Companies Act. And finally, the last report will be from the audit, from the internal audit, stating that they've informed management and that these were their findings and the recommendations that they've put. Our role then as MPAC would be to obviously verify that, to see if there's any other means that we can then take forward, and otherwise then just adopt in council. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we keep on getting bogged down on the MMFA, where we have no recourse. If I look at the Companies Act, I can take the directors both jointly and the board members both jointly and severally liable, both present and past. So this thing where we keep on the employees left the building, we will hold the directors accountable because they are ultimately the stopping point. Then to take it even further, if we find that our entities, which I can tell you now that 99% of the entities in the City of Johannesburg are factually insolvent, we are currently trading recklessly. I want to know, who do we report these reckless tradings to? Is it, the JSE, if you're in a normal company, listed company, we are a public entity, it should be reported somewhere where it gets notified that our directors are trading recklessly and there's no business plan or forecast of how we're going to get out of these issues. Do we then, as councillors, can we push for liquidation or not? Can we bring them back into the city? So these are the things I want COGTA, National Treasury, and the AG to give us direction, because when we go to our breakaway in July, I want this as part of our terms of references. This is where we're taking it. We are sending our entities that boards must deal with it, give us the relevant documentation. Thank you.
Just to remind you that for this meeting, we only have the provincial COGTA and the provincial treasury, but yes, they will respond to your question later.
Thank you.
If they don't respond, please remind us. Thank you very much. Next one.
Thank you, Chair. I have only 2 questions, short
Yeah,
questions.
I know you spoke before, but
Yes,
you
Chair.
can introduce yourself again. For record,
Councillor Ali Musina from Randwest City Local Municipality. I have a question for the gentleman from the Speakers Forum. On his last comment on the submission of the oversight report by MPAC, I'm of the understanding that I just want the clarity. I'm of the understanding that immediately we submit our oversight report for approval to council, then it becomes the speaker's business to submit it to those to COCTA and other entities. So I just want to be clarified that it should is a position that it should be submitted by MPACs. That's my question. The last question is to Salga. I just want to ask the my colleague from Salga, how far are you as Salga with regard to making sure that councillors are paid by National Treasury or COCTA? Because the reason municipalities find themselves in this financial distress is because the bulk of the money that is paying councillors, it can't go to service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Klas Serani from COJ. Mine will go straight to Salga on their solutions on coalition government. They did mention that majority of the municipalities are not functioning well because of politics going in different directions. But what I need to know or find out from Salga, because they did mention that some of the coalition's government, they are in a form of gentleman's agreement, not in a contract point. So at times, no political party will be coerced to sign a contract, because at some point you can just vote for a certain political party for the purpose of having the municipality to run. And then if they take a different direction, you can still vote against them, because they are no longer pursuing the very same agenda that they were pursuing before. So if you find yourself in that kind of a marriage of emergency, then you can take a different turn. So I just want to find out on their solutions when it comes to coalition government. What is the plan? Because it looks like they already have something coming, but in my understanding, no one will be coerced on this coalition's government. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me be generous. Any other comments, questions? I don't see any. Over to you, Salga first, then Speakers Forum, and after that, perhaps if there's anything you want to comment on, you'll do so. Again, just indicate that I've been tracking the social media platform. There are no comments or questions there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the questions. I think, let me start with the last one, the one on the coalition agreement. I think the problem that we have currently is because of coalition agreements are not institutionalized. That is why it's a problem, because you just enter into an agreement for issue-based. If you are going to elect a mayor and then we agree that I'll support you when we elect a mayor or appoint a municipal manager, because of it's not institutionalized and legislated. So what we are currently doing, we are engaging with the Minister of COCTA to legislate an institutionalized coalition agreement that if parties enter into agreement, it should be in a written format and based on programs and delivery of services to the municipalities. So they should identify and agree on which areas are we going to agree on, and should be policy-based, not necessarily for the appointment of senior managers or the positions in the seats. So we are lobbying for that to be institutionalized. That's how we are approaching it. Currently, it's not institutionalized. There's no any written agreement. They just agree and then That is why there's a problem. And then it will be legally binding immediately after you enter into that. It will be legally binding, signed by all parties that get into that particular coalitions, and then you can then have a consequence for not abiding by that particular agreement. The second last one is the issue raised by Councillor Ali on the issue of the payment of the salaries of councillors from the national fiscals. I think the issue is based on how the determination of the upper limits of salaries of councillors and overall office bearers, both in national and provincial government. I think we are aware that from national government, it's coming from the national fiscals, but for local government, is included in the equitable share. And we have, as SALGA, been lobbying the minister, both Minister of National Treasury and COGTA, each and every year when we make submission on the recommendation that are made by the committee on the remuneration of public office bearers, because they do make recommendation to the president, and they will request SALGA as the voice of local government to make submission. We have been making that submission to National Treasury. Like any policy process, you know, when you make submission or make comments on the proposal, it either can be taken or not taken. So it's something that we are still continuing to do. But that's my view, that maybe the challenge is that looking at the current economic situation in the country and looking at the number of councillors compared to the ministers, compared to the provincial members of legislature, is going to have a serious impact on the financial impact to pay councillors from the national fiscals. But it's something that SALGA is still continuing to lobby and advocate for the consideration that the payment of salaries of councillors should come from the national fiscals. It's a continuing work that we are still doing. With regard to the coalition framework, yes, I will share with the colleagues immediately after this, so that they can share with other presentations that will be shared. I do have it, I can share with you on that. And then with regard to the issue of the consequence management, where maybe there are recommendations or culprits being identified and nothing is being done, I think the financial consequence management framework do allow that in an instance where there is no any implementation of the recommendation, for instance, if you have recommendations from SIU, it also recommends that you can approach South African Police Services. You can go and open cases, civil cases against those culprits, and then the law will take its course from there. It's not necessarily that it means that, I know in many instances that whenever there are recommendations given to council or to officials, either reports don't find expression in council for council to implement. If there's a delay in that, and then the consequence management frameworks allows that within a particular period, you can go and approach subs and open cases against those identified culprits. I think those are the questions that were given to SALGA.
Thank you, Chair, once again. The three questions that are required for clarification by the Gauteng Speakers Forum are as follows. One relates to the saving of the oversight report on the annual report concurrently to MEC of COGTA and Provincial Treasury. So the report is served by council to the respective departments and not the chairperson of MPAC. So the chairperson of MPAC would conduct the scrutiny, refer the report back to council for adoption, and council takes the report to the two respective departments. The second issue relates to the adoption of the Clean Audit Roadmap. This is not yet adopted. This was a resolution of the session that we that was hosted, I think in October 2022, that municipal councils should deposit matters that should constitute a clean audit roadmap for Gauteng. And that clean audit roadmap should be adopted by municipal councils so that it can have recourse. So, Chair, the session that would have set in March, that was unfortunately postponed, would have adopted this clean audit roadmap. So this is a pending issue. On the issue of the SIU, what has worked in our instance through the Ethics and Privileges Sub-Forum of the Gauteng Speakers Forum was that we always invite the stakeholder and public relations manager of SIU Gauteng chapter. And we say to him that these are the matters that are before the SIU as they pertain to Gauteng departments. And then on a quarterly basis, we require him to come and appraise us on progress. And I think the respective municipal council can also adopt that approach of developing a register of all matters that have been served to the SIU, and you request them to come and give you quarterly updates on progress on those cases. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure if the Office of the Auditor General wants to make some comments, or are you fine? No, thank you very much. Okay, it could be that there are some of the issues you've raised which have not been responded to. We would like that after, when we resume our session at 2, you also find a space to raise them again so that we can be able to deal with them. We have listened to the Office of the Auditor General, whose responsibility is to enable us as public accounts committees to ensure that we have a strengthened oversight on public financial management and governance and accountability. So the message we're sending out is that it is important that all of us, whether it's SCOPA or MPACs, that you keep on engaging that office on a number of issues. I know that they are always available to help. Because we've also invited them on several occasions, and I think you've heard from some of the MPACs that they work with them very closely. They are willing to help. We've also had the discussions or reports or programs from the two bodies that are supposed to also ensure that they help build the capacity of municipalities, which is SALGA and the Speakers Forum of Gauteng, the Gauteng Speakers Forum. The difficulty we have as a SCOPA of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is that we can't hold them accountable because there is no way we can invite SALGA as SCOPA to our meetings and say 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a difficulty. And the only way we are going to do that is that together with yourselves, because they've got a responsibility to report back to you, is that at the end of this session you'll agree on the way forward on how we're going to ensure that they come back to this forum and indicate progress on what they said they are going to be doing. We can't hold the Speakers Forum accountable. They are our bosses. We report to them. But we need a system and a process whereby they are able to come back to us and indicate that the things they said that they are committing themselves to, they are able to ensure that they happen. So we'll agree on that process at the end of this session. And this, I want to take this opportunity to ask that we adjourn. I request that because you're going for lunch, you ensure that by 1:45 you're done and that you start moving in here. Exactly 2 o'clock we're starting, even if there's going to be one person in the room. So let's make sure that we do that. In the meantime, we have agreed with the team that for those who are on social media platform, they will put up a sign that says we're on break and we're going to resume at 2 so that people don't think that the meeting is over. if you've got councillors and officials who you think they can benefit from following this discussion, please send them the link so they can join, and they can tell them they can comment wherever they are. We'll be able to track the comments from here and ensure that we raise them. We are adjourned for lunch. That side, we go out that door. Are you sure? Or we go out through this door?
Sore throat? Blocked nose? Cough too? Take Vicks Vapor Lozenges. With vaporizing action to ease blocked nose, sore throat, and cough. Vicks Vapor Lozenges, now with immune support.
Thank you. May I have your attention? Thank you very much. We resume our meeting. We are going to have two very important presentations. Just to give context, as I indicated in my opening remarks, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has passed the budget of the various departments of Gauteng Provincial Government. The two departments, is Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, in their budget, they've got programs which outline what they are going to do to assist municipalities. Now, in the way the legislature works is that when the budget has been passed, it obviously includes passing those programs. So what's going to happen is that on a quarterly basis, the departments are expected to report back to the various committees. In this case, Gauteng Provincial Treasurer will be reporting to the Portfolio Committee on Finance, but also Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs will be reporting to the COGTA Portfolio Committee. However, because they've got specific programs that are within the competence of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, we can hold them accountable. So we will be able to ask them to give us reports on a quarterly basis on those programs, so that we can track the work that is happening and be able to also inform you on where progress is, so that if there are any other difficulties, you can indicate to us that there are these difficulties, so we must be able to intervene on your behalf. So that's where we are at. So we're going to ask the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to come forward. They'll introduce themselves. And immediately after that, when they are done, we'll ask that the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs follow. Gauteng Provincial Treasury.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Peter Msiza. I'm from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, working as Chief Director responsible for municipal compliance and the municipal support within the department. So, Chair, before I get into the actual presentation, which is going to be very brief, because the presentation by the Office of the Auditor General has really touched on some of the things that we also highlighting in our presentation, and also to an extent the presentation by Salga. Chair, allow me please to also extend my greetings to the rest of the SCOPA members, the MPACs that are present here today, chairs of the portfolio committees, and all the colleagues that are present in this meeting. Maybe just to get straight into the presentation, I must indicate, Chairperson, that we work a lot closely with Salga and our sister department, COGTA, in the province. So a lot of support initiatives that we do in supporting municipalities, we do those collaboratively with those stakeholders as indicated. I think I might need assistance here in terms of, okay, or the Thank you very much, Chair. This is really what we'll be touching on in our presentation. I'm not gonna spend time on that. We're going to look into the support that we have been providing to municipalities and then touch on the challenges and what are some of the recommendations that we are looking at. And then on the last bullet point, it really talks to the sum of the support that we hope to provide to municipalities as we move into the future. On this slide, we're just indicating basically is the roles and responsibilities of MPACs. And again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide because the presentations by AG as well as Salga, as alluded, they've already spoken to some of the roles and responsibilities that are indicated on this slide. Suffice to say, Chair, that I think the point that was made, which I found to be very critical, is that MPAC is the vanguard of ethical and good governance. So if MPAC is not effective in how it performs its responsibilities, it obviously has an impact in terms of how the overall municipal council will perform. That is given that the MPAC, it's a committee of council. Obviously, in terms of establishment, it's established by council, which I think we all know about that. So the roles and responsibilities are very clear in terms of them providing and being accountable to council. On these slides, I'm not going to spend time. It's the support that we've provided to MPAC over the years, 15, 16, and then we're just indicating again what we did in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. I will spend time, however, a bit of time on this one, which talks to the support that we provided 2021 and 2022, precisely because this will be the councillors that came in after the local government elections of 2021. And you'll see at the bottom part of the slide there, we indicating that in relation to the new MPAC members, in March and April of that year, and working together with Salga and COGTA, we're able to participate at the induction sessions for the new set of councillors that came on board. You will notice that on this slide, I think we're making mainly reference to the two districts, the Sidibeng district as well as the Western districts, because in terms of the metropolitan municipalities, National Treasury, we agreed with them that they do have, although we are there, we've got presence, but they are taking the lead role in terms of providing support to the metropolitan municipalities. Hence, you'll see on this presentation, focus is mainly on the municipalities in both districts, the Sidibeng district as well as the Western. So the issue, Chairperson said acronyms, so to the new MPAC members in that regard. And then in April on the 5th, we had again the regional workshop for Sidibeng district, which means the district itself as well as the municipalities in the region. And the focus of that particular workshop was mainly on annual report assessment. We did the same in September for the municipalities in the Western region. And then again, the other one was later on the 18th, in September of the same month, or of the same year, 2022. On this slide, I think again, the presentation by the Auditor General would have touched on this one. We're really just providing a status update in terms of the oversight reports to say which municipalities have tabled and adopted the oversight report for 2021, 2022, and we're providing the status there. You'll notice on the slide, I think the bulk of the municipalities, we're just checking on the 8 municipalities as indicated and excluding the 3 metropolitan municipalities. You'll know that it's only 2 municipalities that, as at the date of preparing these slides, I think we're not so sure about the status of the adoption thereof. Mfuleni, I think it's a typo that it's supposed to be 25th of April. The adoption of the tabling of the oversight report. But the approval status, it was unknown at the time. So it's something that we just needed to check to say, was it finally approved? And I noted, I think the municipality earlier, when we were checking, Chair, they were not present in the room. I'm not sure if they are here now. And then the other one is Mohale City. I think we all know also the changes in terms of the changes in leadership there. So they were in the process of appointing or constituting a new council, and then they were going to appoint the MPAC from there. So that's why in terms of that one as well, we're indicating that the status is unknown. But the rest of the other municipalities, I think the indication is that they were able to do or approve the oversight reports, and more importantly also in terms of the publication on the website. That is we're indicating there a total amount of 54 billion. But it's a combined amount. In other words, there will be regular, there will be unauthorized, there will be fruitless and wasteful expenditure within that bigger amount of 54 billion. And as you can see, on this slide, we have included the metropolitan municipalities, and I think that's the reason in the main why that figure has jumped to 54 billion, because the metros on their own, just a quick look at the slide, 38 billion of the 54, it's attributable to the metropolitan municipalities. And when you exclude the metros, the top 3 municipalities that are contributing for this, which has been a concern really for us, it will be Mfuleni, Mohale City, as well as the Randwest City. And I think there's a slide, as we move along, we'll get to a slide that indicates what are we doing, basically, in the main with those 3 municipalities. I must indicate, Chair, that we're in Lesedi local municipality last week, Friday, where we met with the MPAC. They were being workshopped in the main around the issues of UIF and W. The indication was that they coming number 4 after those 3 municipalities that I have indicated there. Some of the challenges, I think AG again would have touched on some of them, but in the main, I think the main issue is the slow processing of those unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures, as well as some of the challenges I think the AG highlighted. Lack of consequence management or inadequate implementation of consequence management is definitely one of the challenges that has been observed. And then the ineffectiveness or the non-functionality of the DC boards. You find that in some municipalities, the DC boards, you get an indication that the DC boards have been established. But when you want proof to say they are active, they are performing as expected, and then there's nothing to substantiate to say, yes, they are operational and they are functional and they are effective in what they are doing. So they are there just on paper, in a sense. But when you want to get into how they are operating, and then you don't get that sense to say, yes, they are operating. Okay, Chairperson, I think we have spoken just in terms of the support that we're providing, specifically to the MPAC. But on this slide, we thought maybe we should just bring this element or come speak to the committee also about this one. It's a program that is really aimed at supporting municipalities overall, which we call the Municipal Finance Hands-on Support Program. It's a provincial initiative at Treasury, aimed at supporting municipalities. Basically, how the program operates, we get what we call the advisors or suitably qualified accountants, and then we assign those in municipalities. So as we speak, we've got 10 of those currently. Out of the 10, 2 of those are dedicated to supporting the eight we call delegated municipalities, with the exclusion of the metropolitan municipalities. on issues of municipal standard chart of accounts. MSCOA it's a reporting reform aimed at ensuring that there is standardization in terms of how municipalities report to National Treasury and other interested stakeholders. And really it's aimed at being able to facilitate comparison. If I want to compare municipality A and municipality B, it should be very easy if the reporting framework is standardized across. So two of those advisors, one is assigned in the Citibank district, meant to assist the district itself as well as the local municipalities in that particular region. And the other one is in the West Rand and meant to do the same in that particular region. The remaining 8 advisors, each one of those has been assigned to each one of the 8 municipalities, because if you exclude the metros, we are then left with 8 municipalities. So each one of the 8 municipalities has got a dedicated resource in the form of advisors. And the focus really in terms of what this program is looking at, those 8 are looking at providing support around the institutional support to the budget and treasury office. Their point of entry, they are meant to work closely with the office of the chief financial officers, the CFOs, provide support around the issues of supply chain management, asset management, accounting and auditing, as well as budget and revenue management. Chair, it is our hope that with this support, the occurrences of the UIFW in municipalities will be minimized or reduced, so that we are able to minimize the impact of that, and that figure that the AG has indicated does not continue to increase as indicated. And that's as MPACs and DC boards are dealing with the historical issues in terms of the UIF and W. Just in terms of I think I'm getting to the last slide. I'm not going to spend time here because here we're just providing the names that have been allocated to each one of the 8 municipalities that I've spoken about. So we're indicating the name of the advisors on this slide. Again, the advisors on the municipal standard chart of accounts, that's the area of support that they're providing to municipalities. But basically it's around improving how the municipalities continue to report to National Treasury, because from time to time, National Treasury will highlight issues that municipalities are not reporting as expected, and then this support is meant at addressing that. Again, I think here we're just highlighting the support around the supply chain management in particular, to say this is the support that the advisors are assisting municipalities on supply chain related matters. I did indicate that in terms of the UIF and W, when you exclude the metros, the 3 municipalities that are contributing the most, it's Mohale City, Mfuleni, and Randwest City. So in terms of Mohale City, this is how the advisor in that municipality is providing support to them on OPCA issues, really to try and deal with the AG Auditor General's findings around the PPE, or property, plant and equipment, drafting of the ESCOM debt relief application. Mohale City is being assisted there. Randwest City was actually the first one to submit the application in terms of this. And then the advisor now is currently busy assisting Mohale City with that. Again, on issues of budgeting, the AGSA also indicated that most of the budgets that municipalities have tabled for the 2022-23, the current municipal financial year, most of the budgets are unfunded. That's our assessment at the provincial level, as a recovery plan still in place in Mfuleni local municipality. So as COGTA and Treasury working together again in trying to assist the municipality in that regard. The issue of budget, obviously their budget is still, it remains unfunded as well. So Chairperson, I think this would be my last slide, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that you've been taking notes and we will have further discussions. Let's now bring forth the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Let me take this opportunity to welcome MEC Mamabulo, the MEC for Finance. Thank you very much for joining us, MEC. We are really honored to have you in our midst. Thank you very much.
Chairperson and MEC and honorable members, good afternoon to all of you. Chairperson, my name is Darian Barclay. I'm the HOD of COCTA. I trust that the apology of the MEC of COCTA has been duly noted. Chairperson, I trust so. Chairperson, the request for the Department of COCTA was to talk about the support that we provided to Municipal Public Accounts Committees. Chair, and also we need to talk a little bit about the DDM. So Chair, due to the wide ranging of support that we provide to the municipalities, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of my team members just to take us through the context of those and specifically some of the support that we provide to MPACs. But Chair, I want to start off just simply saying the presentation has been shared and the presentation has been submitted. So I think if the colleagues can just share the presentation. I will teach them. Chair, maybe let me, whilst we're waiting for the presentation to be loaded, I think the first part of the presentation essentially just share with the committee the legislative mandate of COCTA. And Chair, I know as we try to ensure democratic and accountable governance and also government in local communities, it is also the work of COCTA to actually support municipalities. Some of our key functions is encapsulated in the Constitution. And I know, Chair, often when we talk about the Constitution, we often just emphasize Section 139. And I must say that as COCTA, and this is, Chair, the departments do not have these fancy gadgets. Yeah, MEC Mamabolo did not allocate the budget for this. So. Please don't say that. Yeah, Chair, so as we say as a department, the work is primarily looking at Section 139, 152, and 154. The work that the department is doing, it's primarily centered around Section 154. We say as COCTA, we need to be exemplary when it comes to the work that we are doing, but we also need to be exemplary when it comes to audit outcomes. We can't preach to municipalities if the Department of COCTA is not exemplary. So we take our cue from that perspective, Chair. And Chair, I must say that I know there is often questions about the nature of the support that COCTA is providing. Primarily, we say Section 139 is the absolute last resort. And the work that we are doing, before we can even consider that, we need to demonstrate as COCTA what we have done in terms of Section 154. And then, Chair, just on the next slide, we're just sharing with you the vision and mission of COCTA. And what you see as the vision and mission is primarily based on how we deal with the support. Chair, the two peculiar areas that we're going to deal with is the district development model. And I would like to get Mr. Diale Lodi to table the district development model. Chair, for us as COCTA, we know that the fragmentation of planning in the provincial government has been a serious issue. Whilst municipalities in the provincial government do have different financial years, We need to synchronize and we need to ensure that there's integrated planning. And the DDM aims to exactly do that. So, Chair, whilst there is a long process underway, we work closely with municipalities. I think Mr. Diale Lodi will just share with us the issues that the DDM is trying to resolve, and then immediately after that, Chair, Nelly Siwe will just talk to us about the support that we provide to MPACs. And Chair, you will also note the uniqueness of the support. The support is not a one-size-fits-all. We need to look at what's unique in that municipality, what they require for us to support them. For instance, the support in Ekurhuleni and the support in Midvaal, those that got clean audits, will be completely different to the support that we have in Mfuleni, for instance, which is much more integrated in support. So Chair, with that being said, Mr. Lodi, can you please come up? And I think Nelisiwe, please avail yourself. And then, Chair, I'll just come back to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and how we're planning to resolve that. We can then take questions, Chair, if that's allowed.
Chair, thanks very much. MEC, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Thanks, HOD. My name is Diale Lodi. I'm the Chief Director for Integrated Development and Spatial Planning in the Department of Cooperative Governance, essentially responsible for portfolios dealing with integrated development planning, land use management, geographic information systems, and the district development model, and IDPs. That's the portfolio that I lead in the Chief Directorate under the leadership of the HOD. But today my presentation and input is going to be looking at the work that we are doing in Gauteng on the implementation of the district development model. The HOD has already spoken about this particular slide that talks to the orientation that the DDM takes in terms of section 152 to 154. Essentially what we do is we use the DDM as part of the support that we provide to municipalities to address a number of issues. Essentially, the idea is to make sure that whatever we do in our coordination work through the district development model, informed by section 154, we enable municipalities to exercise their constitutional duties as indicated there. What we try to achieve, or the problems that we try to address through the district development model, starts with the challenges around planning and budgeting. We put or structured the implementation of the DDM in Gauteng so that we work with municipalities and other players to respond to the challenges where the planning process of government are not linked to the budgeting processes, and we'll sort of share some ideas on how we do that. We also bring together sector departments in the district spaces, because we have learned over time that the way that we plan in government requires that all three spheres of government work together, where we need to bring together especially sector departments, because some of the functions that municipalities have to respond to, or challenges, require responses from sector departments. So through the DDM process, obviously, we basically coordinate sector departments to come and talk and say within each region of Gauteng, what are the issues and how we're responding those, and how do we begin to reallocate our resources and implement collectively within that particular district space. We have, through the district development model, also introduced the idea of long-term planning, and this long-term planning is achieved through what we call one plans. We have developed these. We're calling these the first generation of one plans, where we've tried as much as we possibly could to begin to ask questions that says, what is the vision of government in the district space, and how do we begin to pool our resources as government and other entities to make sure that in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years, these are the things that we're going to try and to achieve in this district space. I have mentioned the issue of poor integration. I think the HOD mentioned that. Through the district development model, we try as much as we possibly can to address the issue of integration, as we know that silo planning and silo implementation has been endemic in the way that we do our plans. And the issues of alignment, I've raised those as well. Essentially, at the very high level, these are the objectives of the district development model. As you can see, some of the aspects are spoken about are clearly indicated in the objectives, ranging from solving issues of silo planning and implementation, issues of long-range planning, economic development, and so on. In essence, what's probably one of the most important sections of the DDM and how we bring issues of budgeting has to do with using the DDM as a long-term strategic framework from joint planning, budgeting, and implementation. And there you can see that we want to get to a point ultimately over a period of time where we are saying that the budget that we are looking at in this district space or a metro space is a budget that reflects the effort of one government in that particular space, so that when we begin to account, we can collectively account to say, are we actually taking this budget to the right places? Is it responding to the issues that we need to respond to, not just over the short term, because we have planning instruments for those, i.e. IDPs, we're looking at this for the long term. What's also important in this particular slide is a section that talks about the specialization and reprioritization aspects. And we are wanting to get to a point where we are very clear on where are we implementing our programs and projects as one government. In other words, we are able to say when we're talking about the implementation of a school or whatever a project of government, we can locate it in space. That way we can easily account for that, but also have a conversation that says if our budgets, be it municipalities, be it province, be it national, are not responding to the critical issues of our communities on the ground, that we can reprioritize those budgets so that they can actually be responsive budgets that takes into account issues that our communities are facing on the ground. So it's effectively over a period of time, and this is what we're working towards, because we know that this is not something that one can achieve at one go. You almost need to try it twice, 3 times, 4, 5 times. You almost need that resilience of continuous engagement across the 3 spheres of government. The slides really just gives us also the impact that we're wanting to achieve. We're very clear that the whole idea of the district development is really around dealing with issues of people, space, and economy, but basically making sure that we deal with issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, not just for the long term, for the short term, for the long term, complementing other initiatives that government has in place to tackle these issues. But we're looking at it from a long-term point of view. What we have learned and what we also believe is that all of the issues I've raised earlier may not succeed unless we have municipalities that are run well. In other words, where there is good governance, where there is sound financial management, where the issues of leadership are in place. So one of the key success factors of the implementation of the DDM in Gauteng, but quite frankly across, is dependent on functioning municipalities. So as much as possible, we try to work with our other sister departments in the department, in other provinces, to say how do we stabilize our municipalities so that the implementation of the district development can succeed. And everybody can appreciate that it becomes difficult to talk long-term issues in an unstable municipal environment. So that dependency is very, very important, because with a stable municipality, we can begin to talk about a transformative and effective service delivery, and we can easier engage with our communities on a sustainable basis. Then zooming a little bit in terms of the areas of one plans, we have these one plans, 5 of them, at least the first generation of one plans, and they all touch on these 6 pillars. Of importance in the one plans are issues of governance, to the extent that they talk about issues of financial performance, the audits, the accountability. We look at those and see how we can enhance that. Obviously, my colleague will speak about the details of that. The slide is just to reflect that the 6 pillars of the district development one plans do take into account issues of governance in as far as accountability is concerned. So there would be a section that deals with that in these one plans, which means when we track the implementation of these one plans, we need to have conversations around how are we doing in terms of that. More specifically, I have spoken a bit about the importance of spatialization and reprioritization, which means that we need to know what we are doing in space, who's doing what in space, and what is the progress of the things the projects that we're implementing in space. That way we can hold each other accountable, but we can also explain to our communities in much clear, simple ways that says, we can tell that there is this particular project in your municipal area, it is located in the space, we can see it, we're spending so much money on this particular project in space, and this is a progress that we're making. And we have set up structures in Gauteng that meets on a quarterly basis that brings together all the three spheres of government to actually talk about the progress that we are making on the implementation of the DDM1 plans, partly discussing the issue of the spatialization, but also looking at how we as government are beginning to say, how are we doing things differently since the introduction of the DDM that allows us to make sure that when we say we are going to put together a budget that looks in a particular way, it is a budget that responds to the critical community issues. We are working quite closely with Provincial Treasury as well, where we're saying as part of institutionalizing the DDM, it's important that we collaborate with Provincial Treasury so that when Treasury allocates budgets, it's also informed amongst others by our long-term plans, which are the DDM1 plans. And then there is also quite a bit of guidance from national in terms of how to look at issues of the economic recovery plans, and there's a circular that is issued, which also talks the issues of budgets a bit. We're elaborating more on this particular slide, but also emphasizing the issues of governance and financial management in the DDM1 plans, which forms an important pillar. In summary, we are saying that municipal financial management is impacted by the district development model, how it is being implemented, because the way we're looking at financial management under the DDM umbrella, it is now needs to be looked from a lens of joint planning, budgeting, and implementation. So we want to almost expand the scope of municipal budgeting or financial management to say, yes, there may be a component of your budget as a municipality that deals with certain issues, but there must be a certain component that looks at that regional space or the district space where we can begin to say, how do we jointly plan, budget, and implement as one sphere of government in your district space. Chair, that's the essence of the presentation. I'm going to ask my colleague to come after me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, councillors, members of the SCOPA, MEC for Finance, and colleagues in the room. So I will be now addressing the other part of the presentation, which speaks more to the MPACs. You can move to the next. Am I the one? Oh, sorry, my name is Nelisiwe Ntlola from Gauteng Cocta, responsible for municipal finance support. This presentation speaks to the support we are doing, but it also speaks in terms of UIF and W and also directly to the MPACs. So legislatively speaking, what gives the mandate to COCTA to support on the UIF and W or monitor and support on the UIF and W, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as the chairperson has said, we must be clearer. What gives us the mandate is Section 32 of the MFMA, and basically what it says is that municipalities need to report to the MEC for COCTA as soon as they incur any of the expenditures, as well as to the AG. And secondly, that they need to also tell the MEC or report to the MEC in terms of the investigations that have been done in relation to the incurred UIF and W. Then the third part is to also report on what they are going to be doing to firstly deal with what they have incurred, but then the second part is to say how do they then prevent incurring the expenditures. Now, as a province, COCTA working with SALGA and Treasury, we are dealing mostly with that point 2 of C, which is putting in place preventative controls. because once the municipality has incurred the expenditures, the investigations, the write-offs, the condonement, all of those things are then the responsibility of the municipalities. Then in terms of this particular legislative framework, everyone that has presented has spoken to this in terms of what municipal public accounts committees have been established to do and established by which act. And then we are also guided by Section 131 of the MFMA in relation to audit outcomes as per the Auditor General's audit. And basically the MEC for local government is responsible for making sure that the municipalities have plans to address audit outcomes and that those plans are sound and effective in addressing the findings by the Auditor General. I will not speak to this slide also because both SALGA and Treasury have spoken to the establishment of the committees, their submission of their annual reports, and who is effective and who's not effective. So I won't speak to these two slides. Similarly, this also speaks to what the procedures that they have, that MPACs have to undertake and whether they have been compliant with these procedures. As indicated, Treasury has also spoken to this slide. In terms of the support, as I have emphasized, we are basically, as a province, dealing with putting in place the internal control that will prevent municipalities from incurring these expenditures. However, I have to also put a disclaimer to say, while we know exactly what controls are preventative, and most of them the province is implementing. For example, the probity auditors is one of the things that we are selling to municipalities as well. It's also upon the municipalities to take those controls and implement so that the incurrence of the UIF&W expenditures is prevented. So what we do, we get into a municipality, we do an assessment of saying what controls does this one municipality have. So as HOD indicated, it's not a one solution fits every municipality, one size fits all. It's every municipality has its own challenges, so we assess the status quo. And from what finding we get from the assessment, we then develop a plan to address those gaps that we have found in that particular municipality. And then basically processes that we will put in place will assist first the municipality in identifying beforehand that this contract is going to be irregular if we go ahead with it. What is it that you have done? Have you put your procurement processes in place? Were all of your bid committees properly constituted? Because even that will lead to an irregular contract. So all those processes before even contracting with a service provider, you have to assess. So we assist the municipalities in putting in place those kinds of processes. Then secondly, what do we do then to prevent, if you find that they were not properly constituted? We say put the probity auditors in place. As you go on with your processes, they will be able to say, okay, the BEC, yes, you were properly constituted, but you missed this. According to the legislation, this is what should happen with this procurement process, and then you've missed it, therefore you are going to incur an irregular contract. So basically that's what we are trying to do with the support initiative. To date, what we have done, we have worked with the city of Tshwane and we have worked with Rand West City. Now, Rand West City, we have done a lot of work in Rand West City because the cooperation there, from the chairperson of MPAC to the municipal manager, to the Section 56 and Section 57 members, officials. There was so much cooperation with our project, and they were very keen to make sure that this helps. So we have made much progress. Number one, for both municipalities, we developed the UIF&W reduction strategy, which was needed by National Treasury. So we completed that for the municipalities. Council has approved both, and they have sent it to National Treasury. We've developed several templates that will assist with the UIF&W expenditure registers, and making sure that they are in compliance with Section Circular 68. And we have reviewed whatever SOPs they had, policies they had, and we've made sure that they are now in line with the relevant legislation. We have put together a compliance list. This is starting everything that you have to do in the municipality to be compliant with laws and regulations. We've put a list, and you're saying, take it, tick as you go. For example, with procurement, tick, is this done? Tick, is this done in line with the regulations? So that by the end, you know that you've done everything to comply with laws and regulations. We've done investigation registers. This was one of our biggest wins, because it's a huge task, but it's a task that needed to be done. What we have found when we were doing the status quo assessment is that the MPAC members would take any report coming from management or AG findings, for example, and then they would just put it in, the recommendations will always say external investigation or forensic investigation. And then when we went through all the cases, we realized that there are lots of cases that are making that register huge and the amounts big, that actually do not need forensic investigation. They can be investigated internally and resolved. And so that will also has helped reduce a little bit in Randwest City once it was implemented. So they're still working through it. Tshwane has also accepted it, and the MPAC in Tshwane are also working through those cases that we have said don't necessarily need forensic investigation, and then they can be done internally. In terms of additional support, we basically trained MPAC members on all the controls that we came up with as a COCTA in those two municipalities. We will be continuing to the other municipalities, and we'll be doing exactly the same. As I said, differentiating the UIF&W cases, assisting with them understanding how to come to a conclusion of some of the investigations quicker, and also encouraging a better relationship as one of the key best practice, and that we found in both Midval and Ekurhuleni is the trust between MPAC members and management. Because if you don't have that relationship and MPAC comes suspicious and seeing fraud in everything, then the UIF&W grows, because everything is then just put in the register saying there's fraud. So we've been encouraging municipalities to say, have regular engagements with your management as MPACs. Get behind every issue. For example, depreciation is a non-cash item, but it is a UIF&W item, so you don't have to put it in a case register. You don't have to go and investigate it. It's just management needs to better account financially than to allow that. So things like that need, if you don't have those regular engagements to understand the reports, you will find that the UIF&W unnecessarily grows. In terms of the roles and responsibilities, I think that those have been spoken to again. It's making sure that you get your report, you investigate where there is a need to investigate, you recommend to council where you feel the investigation needs to be a forensic external investigation, and you assist the municipal councils to understand these issues. I think I've spoken to this. Am I going back? Gosh, this thing. And then we also developed a UIF&W reduction strategy that was sought by National Treasury. And in terms of that, according to Treasury, that the issues that they have said are the key responsibility of MPACs on this reduction strategy basically means that for the strategy to be successful, the MPACs need to own this UIF&W reduction strategy. It's your responsibility as MPACs to make sure that it is implemented. Yes, implementation is with management, but unless you hold management responsible for all the percentages that they've put in the strategy to say we'll reduce by 30% in year 1, 60% in year 2, you need to hold management accountable for the strategy to be successful. On Operation Clean Audit, I'm sorry, but these slides are a little bit muddled. The slide is supposed to come at the end. Chair, can I go to that and then I'll come back to this one? And hopefully I'll find my way back. We have planned support as the province, that is COCTA and Treasury, as well as working with SALGA. The first one is on capacity building and training. We have been providing this support in 2021-2022 and 2022-2023. We have trained 233 councillors and officials. And it is all of it accredited training on accountability and ethical conduct, all the way from NQF level 3 to NQF level 5. And these are the outcomes, the hoped for outcomes in terms of that training. But obviously, ethics and accountability are things that have to be internalized for them to show any results. And then in terms of this current financial year, 2023 to 2024, we have a few levels, again, level 3, 4, 5 also planned. And just to emphasize that it is adult education focused, a lot of practical examples, utilizing the case studies from the municipalities themselves as part of the learning process. We do that in partnership with the CETAs and with SALGA as well. So this is just more detail in terms of what these NQF levels are going to assist the municipalities with in terms of furthering their own education, because you get all of those credits, 56 for the NQF level 3, 68 credits for NQF level 4. So this helps also, you know, for futuristic endeavors of the MPACs going forward. And these are some of the areas that are covered in the training: financial management, IDP, good governance, accountability, leadership, MNE, problem solving, judgment or decision making, communication, collaboration, results and quality focus. We also have a panel that is sitting from now until 2025, and these are the planned numbers. We have limited space, and we are hoping that each time an MPAC member or councillor registers with us, that they will make themselves available for the training. We have 50 places for councillors and officials on level 3. We have 50 places for on level 4, 50 places on level 5. And then we also, and we're working with SAICA on this one. And then in terms of support relating to anti-corruption, we also have the local government anti-corruption strategy per municipality, and MIMF, Municipal Integrity Management Framework, is contained in that strategy. So the support is done through the Gauteng Municipal Integrity Project, which is overseen by COCTA, Office of the Premier, the Ethics Institute, and it is also in partnership with private sector. In this case, it's Siemens and their integrity initiative. And the MIMF expresses the need for leadership commitment at both executive and management levels, including the community involvement, so that we show the transparency and accountable governance, as well as community oversight. And then the key pillars that underpin this integrity management focus is prevention, detection, investigation, and then resolution of whatever finding there is. We're also supporting the municipalities to make sure that those 4 pillars hold and are assessed at on a regular basis, and that their policies are aligned, their SOPs are aligned to those 4 pillars. And critical to this is consequence management, of course. And then also municipalities have to submit their quarterly case management reports to COCTA, and these are consolidated into a reporting template for the oversight structure as per for the LGACS, the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. Okay, so the forum is chaired by the SIU, it's supported by DCOG, and as well as provincial COCTAs, Office of the Premier and SALGA, NPA and HOCS, as well as civil society and labor. This platform serves where the issues are complicated or the cases are very complicated and investigations need to happen outside of the municipal space. I don't think I'll speak a lot on this. I think everyone, in terms of the MPAC presentations earlier this morning, everyone highlighted their challenges with capacity. We were even requested to pay salaries by the chairperson of, by the chairperson of Randwest. So the challenges are known to this room in terms of the functionality of MPACs, and I'm sure the SCOPA would probably say the same. And our recommendation is that the SCOPA notes our presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot. I have to go back to clean audit. It's going to be a quick one. Thanks, Chair. So in terms of support on clean audits, we are mandated by Section 131 of the MFMA as COCTA to support municipalities on achieving positive audit outcomes. We work closely with Treasury on this. We've established what we call an Operation Clean Audit Provincial Committee. This committee sits quarterly, and what we do in that committee, we have stakeholders from both professional bodies such as SAICA, SICFARO, Auditor General, coming not to audit, but to also offer support to assist municipalities to strengthen their own processes and procedures. So we sit on a quarterly basis, we look at the audit outcomes, we look at the plans that the municipalities are saying they are going to address the issues, and then we say, is this sound or not sound? We then recommend what would be more responsive in terms of addressing root causes and not the symptoms. So if they said the AG did not find enough evidence of leave taken having been approved, we don't say, okay, find the leave forms and bring them. No, but what is it that you can put in place as a system that will make sure that leave is approved before anyone goes on leave? So it's addressing the root cause. So that's what this particular committee does on a quarterly basis. We also have established in the municipal space what we call OPCAT steering committees. And these committees are supposed to closely monitor the achievements of what whoever is responsible for a finding has done. These are supposed to sit at least twice a month, every 2 weeks in the municipalities. It's still touch and go. Where the municipalities are consistent, Ekurhuleni without fail, Midval without fail, Rand West without fail, there's a sitting. And you can see the improvement in them addressing, and you can see the reduction of those outcomes, of the findings rather. And then in addition to the committees, we also we provide additional capacity to the municipalities to address other issues. So specifically, let's say your issues are in PPE, property, plant and equipment. We will bring additional capacity to assist with resolving that particular issue, whether it's GRAP 17 or other GRAP related standards. We will then bring the capacity as the municipality needs. We also monitor very closely the year-end processes and how municipalities are planning to close the year, and if they are keeping to their plans for the year-end closure, so that they then close on time and so that the accounting and preparation for the annual financial statements is properly done. We also review accounting policies in targeted municipalities. Usually we get requests from the municipalities to say, please review our policy, we want to take it to council, and we want to make sure that it is sound. We used to do very high-level technical review of the AFS, and that was mainly because the municipalities would give us their AFS on the 21st, and it's due 28th, and it's due on the 31st of August to AG, and that does not give us enough time to do a proper review. So now we have decided, we've targeted municipalities, we've spoken to them, Morales City, Lesedi, Rand West. They are giving us their AFS. Actually, they've done interim AFS as per our recommendation, and we are reviewing that 3 quarters financial statements for them, just to make sure that some of the issues are already covered by the time they do their annual financial statements. So hopefully this year we are also going to be sending out a circular to say any municipality that wants our support in terms of reviewing annual financial statements, they need to submit at least 20th of August as they submit to the audit committee, if we are to do a proper job of reviewing and giving feedback to the municipality to fix whatever we find. And then we are also, as planned support, as COCTA, we are planning to support on the audit of predetermined objectives, that is basically reporting on service delivery. And as Mr. Cebekhulu there indicated, what you say might not be what you have actually done, but we will at least assist them in terms of them being able to report, plan, smart objectives. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much to the 2 departments. We are now going to get into questions, comments, discussions, proposals. What we're going to do is I'm going to, without consultation, say to MEC Mamabulu, at some stage, I will ask you to say something. At some stage. So thank you very much. Just to confirm that per the reports we've received as a SCOPA, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the 4 key strategic, what the auditor called them, important support to the accountability ecosystem have achieved clean audits, which is, first, let's be proud, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Office of the Premier, COCTA, and Gauteng Provincial Treasury, because they have to be an example. So they can't be supporting, amongst others, municipalities, but they've got a problem. So I thought I should just indicate, and we in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we can't be holding departments accountable when we ourselves are not achieving clean audit. So it's very important. I'm going to open for discussion. Remember, we are also following comments from the social media platform. We now know that Shane Willem has asked if the presentations can be put on the website. They are now available. They'll be available at www.gpl.gov.za/SCOPA meeting. I hope I've got it /. I'm not a BBT. Okay. Okay, comments, questions? But as you are thinking about them, MEC, and I must say that I got confused because we looked at SCOPA when we were looking at the appropriation for this financial year. We realized the details, or the let's say the details that are in the section on vote, is it 14, Gauteng Treasury, 14, on what they are going to do. And he looked at the detail on COCTA. What vote number is it? 7. There's very little detail in COCTA, but there's lots of detail in Gauteng Treasury. But when the presentations were made today, it was the other way around. The detail we're expecting from Treasury, we are getting from COCTA, and the less we're expecting from COCTA, we're getting from Treasury. I think it's something that we'll have to sort out, because we're gearing up ourselves as SCOPA to ensure that we strengthen our oversight on that program which supports municipalities. That is the program of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. So I'm now at the stage where I think we might have to look at both. We'll have to engage the chairperson of COCTA Portfolio Committee and the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, so that you can see how we can ensure that there's focused intervention, focused oversight on those programs. Further questions, comments? Yes. Let me start this side this time. No, yeah. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. We'll come back to the rest. Let me also indicate that you don't just ask questions, you can make comments, but also remember that you don't have the whole day. So don't give a new presentation. Just ask your question, make your comments, possibly stick to the 3 minutes you agreed upon.
Okay. Greetings, Chairperson, and greetings to the Honorable MEC Kulube. We're not limited as to how much we ask, Angere.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Number 1, it's the abuse of Section 36 of the Municipality Financial, whereby they just do variations. I hope MEC will also expand that one. I'm not the technocrat when it comes to that one.
So what is that, a comment or a question? What is the question? What is the
question?
Yes.
Whereby you find that these municipality entities, they go and abuse those sections. And it's contributing a lot to our UIFWs.
Okay.
Because with that section, you can appoint, expand the extend the contract of a service provider. And that becomes something that the AG always find us wanting on. Is to say, what are other things that we can do? Is there no way that we can be assisted that these things should stop? Because that's where things are coming in. I think they also use Section 56, if I'm not mistaken, but those Section MAC. And then the other things that I wanted to ask is on the AFS. For example,
What is AFS? I know it's annual financial statements. Maybe it means something else to you.
remember
What is AFS?
the annual financial
Okay, sure.
statements.
Go ahead then. yeah.
Agree, you came, you teach us. Now we are experts, so that's why we're speaking now
No,
with
go
these
ahead,
terms.
yeah.
Now I'm saying, like, we have got this tendency of the municipality, maybe because of the political turbulence of the current situation, and then this whole whatever submissions get not attended to. For example, the city of Joburg last year did submit their AFS late, which now goes back to what the presenter was presenting, the lady, to say that it should be done in August and it becomes a problem. So in that, is there no way that we can have a situation where we can have that things kept on to say, can we have these things? And then the SCOPA on top has to come with a whip to say these things must be done and be submitted. And then what happens to the negligence of grants? Like, for example, there is one of the entity in our city of Joburg which neglected one of the grants, and it has to the grant has to be withdrawn back. So in that situation like that, what must we do? Because those grants, you find that they were addressing a lot of the service delivery that are behind. The other question that I wanted to ask here is that you raised the issue of SIU and anti-corruption, that you are giving us a service. And then now we have seen, or the reality of the matter now, given the fact that we are in this collusion kind of governance, the decoran, maybe I'm not spelling it right, pronouncing it right, the decoran, the lady who has been murdered, is now coming back. Cases of such of whereby MPAC members will be killed is coming to our doorstep, and it's a reality. So in that, what are we? So lastly, I'm tapping into the MMC.
Please put your mic closer to you.
Okay. Lastly, I want to bring the suggestion to your department and the Department of Finance to say, is it not possible that you consider these members to be full-time, so that we are moved from being part-time to full-time, and we review, because we spend most of time in making sure that the city function. Can it be reconsidered very well? With the stressing point to say that with the metro and the COJ being one of the biggest, it be considered for the chairperson portfolio to be guarded the same way that Ekurhuleni is having. So those are the proposals that we are suggesting. So we look at that things, because we are really spending most of time working. Thanks. That was my questions and suggestions.
Thank you very much. I hope you'll also help us if the earlier comment was responded to or not, and if it's not, just repeat it, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've been sitting in this all day, and I've yet to get the answer to my question that I asked. And we have all the relevant stakeholders here. So it's a little bit unfortunate that we're not applying our minds in actually how to deal with issues that are relevant and prevalent in the city of Johannesburg. So I don't know whether I must just ask again so that the MEC can understand where I'm going with this, and then hopefully we get some direction where we're going with this. With your indulgence, Chair, thanks. So MEC, I'm Councillor Chris Santana from the city of Johannesburg. I serve in both Group Finance and MPAC. And my question is, noting that the city of Johannesburg is one of the most unique municipalities in the country, where we've got about 14 entities, all incorporated technically under the Companies Act, I want to understand why we cannot use the remedies that are available to us in terms of the said act with regards to dereliction of duties, delinquency, trading recklessly, and possibly even liquidation if necessary. And going down that path then versus trying to go through the disciplinary board which takes forever and a day, financial misconduct, I think we get far greater response and direction in terms of the Companies Act, because both board members and directors and CFOs are jointly and severally liable, both present and past, for any doings within the entity. And I think therein lies our remedies. And my request is that as MPAC for the City of Johannesburg, that the UIFWs reside with the board members to resolve. And all we're requesting as MPAC is that we get the investigation report, the signature of the directors noting their responsibility in terms of the Companies Act. We get the internal audit report stating that they've notified management of the transgression and the recommendations thereof. And of course, we get the board resolution where the UIFW is written off. I think if we can get that as part of our scope, in terms of our reference for impact for the City of Johannesburg, we will then reduce, as committed by you guys wanting to reduce our UFWs. I think we'll take great strides in doing so. And then we can obviously deal with, within that committee, with the core issues that's under the core. And we can obviously then ratify whatever comes from the boards to us and ask necessary questions if needs be. That's my submission. I do hope it takes favorably. I don't see why we are not actually considering that fact. The law and the legislation is quite prevalent in that regard. And then my next question is, when these entities are trading reckless, who do we notify? Is it SIPSI? Which professional body do we notify for these transgressions? I thank you.
Okay, next question.
It's
Right at the back.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Was it you? It's fine, no problem. I had pointed the council at the back, but yes, you can go ahead, then we'll go to the other.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you for the presentations that have been done. But I want to focus on the last presentation. You see, if we did not listen to the presentation from the AG, we'll then, and then having this one, we'll then be saying all is well. So you were detailed in terms of what you are doing with those acronyms and yonke leyo nto leyo. Wasteful and irregular and all those things. And you, in terms of Randwest, the AG indicated that it is improving, which agrees with what you are saying, that you're focusing on Randwest. The second one, the AG said also focusing in terms of the adverse opinion on Tshwane and getting 6.4 billion on the irregular expenditure. So out of all these detailed programs that you were telling us, from where you sit, where lies the problem that it increases up to 6.4 billion, and in all the performance of all the municipalities, then it goes to 29 billion. So where lies the problem with all these programs? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much, Chair. To DDM, is Smart City part of your DDM planning, as you've indicated to us that all three spheres of government must come in? Number two, COCTA, as you've indicated that you are available for support and so forth, City of Joburg is crying for you. As much as you're indicating that all the other cities are doing well, we also want to do well. Can you give us an indication when you're coming to do support to City of Joburg? Now, the other one is that you've indicated of trainings. So on the indication of trainings, our coordinator have actually been engaging with you on training. So as they're doing the engagement, there were names that were submitted. However, the feedback that we got was that it's only 6 people that have applied. As a result, we cannot go for training. So how true is those spaces that we've indicated of availability for training? Because what we're getting as a feedback, is not supportive. And those of us that are willing to go for training, do we have to suffer because of availability of those who have applied? Thank you so much.
Okay, there was another hand, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, probity auditors. I just wanted to find out that as a municipality, do we have to appoint those or find those, or is that a support that we'll get from COCTA? This probity audit is very important, very fundamental to me. I mean, it's very important to me. And I want to thank COCTA and Treasury for, rolling out workshops and support to MPACs, because we did not know about this. I'm asking this because we, as CDBN District Municipality, MPAC, we did do a recommendation to council for this to take place, and council resolved that we should do probity audit. So I want to know if it's something that we can seek support from COCTA, or is something that we need to undertake as the municipality. The last question is with regard to unfunded budget and the clean audit. Can a municipality that has an unfunded budget achieve a clean audit? Thank you.
Okay, let's do this so that we don't miss all the, was there another hand? No, there wasn't. Let's do this so that you don't miss all the questions and the responses. I'll try and take them as some of them grouped together. Then if there are additional responses, let them be there, so that we don't then bombard one person. You see, the problem is that I don't know why I made you aware that the MEC is here, because now everybody wants to talk to the MEC rather than talk to me. It's SCOPA who convened this meeting. So that's that. Okay, first of all, let me just give an experience. I'm referring to the question around using the Companies Act, and I'm glad that there are experts here. We were confronted by a similar problem at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I think it has to do with the company related to sports, recreation, arts and culture, which was established per the Companies Act. And the Auditor General's office, when they do audit, they normally find it difficult because it's a Companies Act, it's not the Public Financial Management Act. Whilst you use Municipal Finance Management Act, we use a Public Financial Management Act. We then inquired, we discovered from, this is something that I raised with Provincial Treasury because there was another problem related to that. Then when they inquired from the National Treasury, they discovered that in fact the establishment, what is it called again? It's the entity of SREC. Bongi, what is it called? The one SREC, the one we discovered that they were not supposed, Film Commission, that they were in fact not supposed to be established as a Companies Act, and the fact that we're giving them money is a problem. So we've asked them to address it because it is a problem for according to advice, it is a problem for the Gauteng Department of Sports, Recreation, or any other department to allocate funds to a company that is established through a Companies Act. So that is being addressed. And I'm saying that maybe there might be, I don't know how the MFMA works, I must confess. Maybe it's something that We can look at MEC, Department of Treasury, COCTA, you can advise, because I'm not sure about the MFMA. Let's just stick to that and hear if there are any comments on that. In other words, I'm proposing that as this forum, we should ask that this matter be further investigated and an advice be given to the MPAC in Johannesburg and any other MPAC that's affected. Unless there's somebody who's got an answer right away. Any comments? Right at the back there. It's on this item, on this matter. It's on this matter of Companies Act. Is it on the matter? Okay, you can speak then if it's on the matter. Okay. So we agreed with that resolution? Okay. The next one is that I just want to make a comment so that we can resolve this matter. Because some of you are saying maybe the SCOPA at province must help. Let's clarify. Cooperative governance defines in the way it's structured. There's no big brother and small brother. So we are SCOPA of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. You as MPACs, you don't account to us. You are autonomous. You've got a right to do things on your own as well. So don't see yourself as accounting to us. You don't. But we have a responsibility as SCOPA at provincial level to support you. And one way we're supporting you as MPACs is through this forum, for instance. Holding some of the departments that are supposed to provide you support, we hold them accountable so that you can see if things are happening. I thought I should clarify that. I hope that is clear. Can we resolve that? Or is there another comment on this matter of relationship between MPACs and SCOPA? Are we agreed? You want to comment on that? Yeah, take a mic, please. Let them give you a mic. And introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you, Chair of the session. My name is Begim Kize, younger brother to Zwelim Kize. Maybe to try to help the entire session that is taking place today. And because what is expected from us, or maybe I didn't introduce myself fully. I'm Begim Kize, a member of MPAC. I'm not the chair.
Which municipality?
Lisedi local municipality stroke Citybang municipality where I'm serving as an MMC corporate. But maybe to try to help the entire session, because in all the discussions that we had from the morning, what I've picked up as a common commoner is to say that 98% of the municipalities, they are technically bankrupt. Is what I've picked up.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. You are changing the topic now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we'll give you a chance at some stage.
Oh, okay.
I want us to, because we might miss the things that were raised.
Oh, thank you.
So I want us to deal with them and then come back to further comments and questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe on the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next issue was around how do we notify, who do we notify when entities are regressing? In my understanding, and it's based also on the reports we've received thus far, it's clear that the reports of MPACs on whatever matters, they end up getting to the council. For council to then take a decision. If there's a decision, it becomes a resolution. And it is the responsibility of the council, and I think it's the speaker, to ensure that there's follow-up, there's implementation and all that. I might be wrong. I'm also using our example at the provincial legislature. But earlier on, there was a discussion around some of the relationship or cooperation that we must establish, whether it's SIU, you name them, and all those bodies. But as we establish them, there's a need for our institutions, which is the council in your case, the legislature in our case, to really have a sense of this is a cooperation and this is within the law, so that you can be able to take it forward. So, in this regard, we should first clarify the earlier issue about Companies Act, but also to say that obviously if there are problems, because in the province, if there are problems with entities that we have identified, we've made recognition there are issues. The bigger question is that we leave it to that's what the PFMA is saying. We have to make sure that we now hold the accounting officer responsible. That's why even the AG comes with the material irregularity to follow up. The problem with us is that we're not at the stage where we're able to say, if you don't do, what then? And that's where we should be able to then deal with the matter. But that's where we need to move to another stage of holding the political heads accountable, because they should be able to act on those things. So I'm not sure if that will apply to municipalities. Let's hear further comments, because it has to do with who do you notify when entities are regressing and there are problems. Any comments, questions, additions? Yes. Take the mic.
I think on this issue to say we must make sure that we hold accountable and then we move on. I'm just commenting on that part that you have said there, Chairperson. We are requesting that you also give us a space to also report some conduct, because, for example, the MPAC in Johannesburg is pushing to make sure that these people are accountable. But there is a resistance on submitting reports on where we know that there's a problem. And we are finding that resistance because they're taking advantage that our government is these collusion things. So is to say, we are requesting to say, when we find such, open your door so that we can also report to say, we are finding resistance here because we want to hold people accountable. I'll give you an incident. In our last sitting, the city manager stood out and shoot and then move out. I'm not going to dwell much in details.
Okay. Yeah, you see, that's the point I'm trying to make. You seem to wanting permission from us, but you are autonomous. So you seem to suggest you can't move until we give you permission. We can't. You are a structure in your own right. All you can ask is for support, not for permission. And support would mean, amongst others, we could engage the relevant department, COCTA. I think this relates to COCTA, to say to them, because they're supposed to be receiving reports from yourselves, from your municipalities, and they must act on them. That is why I think we need a relationship between the COCTA Portfolio Committee and ourselves to say on some of the matters that have to do with MPACs, maybe we should be able to look at oversight on those matters. Some that we might have to discuss with the Portfolio Committee and then the Speaker. But also it has to do with the Finance Portfolio Committee as well. That maybe on such matters we might have to agree that these matters, SCOPA, look at them. But it's something that we'll have to discuss. So please don't ask permission from us. Even if we were to give you permission, it will be illegal. You've got a committee on your own right. So maybe it's more a question of support. I'm not sure if I've covered that properly. I'm glad we've got very important people there. COCTA, they went to school for these things, so they are qualified. We've got Treasury, so yeah. I won't say the Auditor General because something else, there's another role they play. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think, let me just add, in terms of the legislation that I referred to earlier, the reports are supposed to come to COCTA. However, we do struggle to get those reports. It is always such an ongoing challenge for us to get these reports. So sometimes, even the support, we don't even know sometimes that we need to be supporting municipalities because we're not regularly getting the reports as per the legislation, because it says promptly, as soon as you've incurred, promptly let the MEC for local government know in writing.
Thank you very much. That was a very important intervention. So we should work together to ensure that that's the case. Then there was an issue about salaries and full-time. We are unable to answer that question. I know that it was raised in one of our meetings previously, and COCTA was going to be looking at that and providing direction. I'm not sure if COCTA is able to. I know you responded earlier about salaries, but there's a question of full-time. I'm not sure if you want just to clarify properly, briefly, so that when you leave here, everybody is clear what is the situation around. The first was you see, there are different things. At first is, somebody was saying the chairperson of MPAC must be full-time. That was Lisedi. Yeah. Then, and protected, yes. Then there was a addition, all members of MPAC must be full-time. Then there was an addition, now we need to be paid a salary. So if you can just clarify, because I know you are clarified in our last meeting, but if you can clarify how far, if there's no answer now, we can agree there's no answer, we'll go and look for that. Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My contribution was going to be around the provision of security. And I think that is covered in the annual gazette on the determination of upper limits for allowances and salaries of municipal councils. But I think your question was whether all MPAC members can be provided with security. Now, in terms of that gazette, there are specific office bearers who are provided with security. For example, your mayors, your speakers, etc. But what the gazette...
Ethics, and, all other things, awarenesses. We then advise the council to take a decision. Once the decision becomes of the council, where the frustration is now is that, because also the tracking tool becomes a competence of the council, where we are reporting. If, for instance, we said that, maybe a case should be open and the department is not doing that, from the MPAC point of view, because now it's a decision of the council, there's nothing much to do. If there's a resolution, whether, an active should be or implementation should be taken at a level of the department, it's a decision of the council now, not the decision of the MPAC. The MPAC has done their role. Now we become stuck, on what else should happen if there's no implementation. Thank you, Chair.
I would think that that's where the Speakers Forum comes in, because it would suggest that some of the speakers, maybe there's lack of capacity in ensuring that there's follow-up on implementation of decisions. So it's something that we'll raise with the Speakers Forum. I see Mr. Rambao is not here. I don't know where he went to. But let's put it down also as something that we should engage the Speakers Forum about the capacity of municipality or councils. There's a difference between the two. The capacity of councils to implement its own resolutions, particularly that have to do with issues of ethical governance and financial management. Yes, ma'am.
Technology is a problem here. I think what I want to say here, Chairperson Scope, MPAC Chairperson Ekuruleni, and you yourself, because we have run a journey since we came in 2021. I think somewhere, our colleague there is not taking the role that we must play properly. And I just wanted you to put this in so that we are on the same path. My understanding is this: as MPAC, we can go extra mile to go and open a physical case for everything that has been done wrong. It's not that we are going to look at issues and then we go and park it in the council and then we wait for the council to take a decision on such. Where we find something is wrong, we need to put it down to say, can consequences management happen? Simple, to say, here we want that based on 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's something that has been done wrong, or if the money that has been taken, we are requesting simple to say, go to the police station, the same department. For example, I will just give the example with us, because not forgetting that we were number 3 with 87%. We are coming. So Ekuruleni, they're just taken a thing. So saying that, as MPAC, him as a chairperson of MPAC, where something's wrong, the very all committee member, not on the partisan thinking, but as a committee, can stood up, go to Jamestown Police Station and open a case. And such case should be followed up and consequences should happen. First of all, you give them the task to say, the accounting officer, which is the CEO.
Okay, don't go into deal. I think the point is that you are saying MPACs have
Has got the
capacity
power,
and power.
and let's
to
use the
ensure.
power that we
Okay,
have.
Thank you. Just so that the MEC has to, he wasn't intending to stay for long, but something else has come up. May I just give him a chance to say 1 or 2 things? You can even respond to some of the questions if you want to, or make some other statement before you leave. But once again, I want to say thank you for joining us. I must, in the report,
Get expectations from the role of MPACs. Shouldn't we have a discussion, long-term strategic, for moving forward, about the role, the efficiency and effectiveness of these structures? These structures functions, there's something that used to be called the Troika. I don't know if the Troika still exists in municipalities, but there was something called more informal Troika made up of, how do the MPACs navigate that terrain if reports have to come to council? Because, by the way, municipalities are, so you were talking about independence and autonomy. Are they independent and autonomous? They are appointed by councils. Council is the principal of the committees. Can they fight against members of the executive, the Troika, and all that? So I'm raising this issue, Chair. It worries me. And I'm saying that maybe this is a question that should be discussed. If the reports are supposed to go to council and the speaker does not put it on the agenda, what can they do? Or it's not implemented. So that is one issue that I wanted to point out, Chair. But on a more positive note, I think we should commend you for having convened this meeting. And I think its report, the outcomes, the discussions, for me are going to, I think we need more of these meetings, what you call support, because the collapse in the municipalities is precisely lack of political oversight. And I think maybe SCOPA has to up the game, not in any other way except within cooperative governance. Chair, just on a lighter note, okay, there was an issue about, whether, for example, say in the city of Joburg, laws can be used such as Companies Act. As far as I know, the powers and functions of MPACs are in the legislation, and I'm not sure if there's anything that affects, impairs, or constrain or limit MPAC from doing recommendations and reports that talks to implementing other pieces of legislation that will bring good governance and management. It's within the powers of MPACs. I don't think, so professional bodies, MPACs can convene anyone like SCOPA. You can call the professional bodies a report. In some professional bodies, if you are a director of a company and you have conducted yourself differently, you get prohibited from acting as a director. Has MPAC tested that? I think the issue for me is members of MPAC, can you be decisive to deal with the limitations and constraints of political influences over your role? Can you be bold? Can you stand your ground? Or are you limited by the fact that you yourselves are deployed by your principals? So if the principal is unethical, how will SCOPA remedy that? So for me, the issue is why is it not being done? Why can't we have in the city of Joburg a hearing on the conduct of directors and board members of entities done by MPAC? Why is that not being done? As MEC of Finance, I hardly hear of reports coming from MPAC. Just so, I think there's SCOPA, the official from COCTA has answered that issue for me, that even the MEC of COCTA doesn't get reports. So Chair, let me not belabor the point, but I think my point is made. Why our report was less than compared to COCTA, you know, we are treasury, so we give because we manage also money, we have to be very careful with giving too much. So we give what you asked us. You asked us to speak about MPACs. We gave you exactly that. If you look at COCTA presentation, they spoke about even the district development model and general support they are providing. We didn't talk about general support that we provide. We zoomed into the matter you asked us. Otherwise, the book's on balance. So we did what you asked us to do. So if it was too little, I think what we can ask or make is a recommendation, is that next time ask us maybe for more, so that we don't go outside the scope of your mandate. But if there is an expectation that we must give more, next time in SCOPA we can do that. But we were really living within the means. You know, we have to live within the means. We have to cut costs. So even the cost of content we have to cut. So that's on a lighter note, Chair. Thank you very much. But otherwise, thanks. This is a very good session. I just hope, Chair, it's not the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Obviously, we will engage further on this matter. Just as an example, because we had asked you to explain the programs that are outlined in the budget book. One of them was about, you were saying that you are going to prioritize clean audit. But you heard that from COCT. But we'll engage. Don't worry, we'll engage. Okay, thank you very much. We will take up some of the issues you've raised even in your absence, and then.
And the answer is definitely smart cities would be part of the district development model. What is important, though, is for us to make sure that we understand the whole idea of smart cities in the same way, because there may be different interpretations and understanding of what we mean by smart cities. But to keep my response really short, as a principle, as the idea, as a concept that talks about smart governance, smart mobility and transport, evidence-based decision-making or data-driven decision-making, smart metering and things like that, then definitely the DDM would include and embrace the concept of smart cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other additions, comments? Okay. Then there was a question to COCTA about training spaces, 150, how does it work and all that. COCTA?
Thank you, Chair. I think we're so happy to hear the interest in the training. We do have budgetary constraints. We can only do so much in every year. And then the second issue is that we're also doing it across the province, so it's not just one municipality. However, we always have a place where, and we will prioritize the city of Joburg. Sometimes some councillors register, but then they are unable to actually attend. But now that we know that the city is so interested, whenever that happens, we will definitely give them that additional space to occupy.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up question? With this instability, even if it was not there, remember the members of public accounts committees are appointed by besides the chair is elected, but appointed by their party, so they represent their parties in the committee. Sometimes within parties there are changes. Then you are a member today, your party moves you, then you are no longer a member. You've registered for those courses, what happens? And just in the middle of it, I'm no longer a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Chair, so our motto is that the training that we provide is a lifelong training. So if someone has already started with the training, we're not going to stop them because their party has changed them, because they will benefit the municipality in another way. The training is vast, as I indicated, those modules that we cover.
Okay, thank you. Happy with it? Let's move to the next question that was raised or issue raised. Variations. I'm not sure if you can prevent variations, but I think the question is you can prevent the amount or the frequency in which they happen or the intentions. But I'm not sure if as Public Accounts Committee you can prevent it, but you have to make sure that there are proper systems not to abuse that space. I'm not sure those that have got experience better than me, better understanding, if this suffices as a response. Because I think we just continue as normal. That's good, yeah. So I'm continuing as normal. I think the electricity is back now. So is that fine on the variations? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes.
Just to add, with deviations, there are also conditions. And I think most of the time the findings relate to the fact that the deviation was done in contravention of those conditions. Because it's very clear that you can deviate on basis of this, the other. And most of the time when there's a finding, it's because that was not met.
Okay. Thank you very much. You want to make a follow-up?
Sorry, man, I'm not going to I will address you, but let me just go directly to my sister then. I'm addressing you, but
No, you know what you do? You address us as a
Okay.
whole here because it's our discussion.
When I raise this issue, I want to put the facts on the ground. This section 36 of the municipality financial, it's a festival of corruption. And the reasons that you are saying, my sister, I hear it. Here is a situation, and I'm going to give the example what is there. You'll find that, I'm not going to give the example because we are the mega city.
Yeah, no, just give it quickly. Yeah. I'm just worried about time.
With City Power or with Joburg Water, they have got those contracts which are supposed to be monitored, and they cannot do without them. And they don't monitor it so that they can abuse Section 36. And I don't see this as what the good things that she's saying, to say we are that MFA allowance, to say you can allow these things, you can deviate because of the situation. Because they technically leave it so that they can benefit. That's why I'm saying that we must either craft something to deal with these issues, because it's a festival of corruption. And what she says, I understand it, the good is being abused. And
do they have the prerogative to insist that those reports come within a certain time frame? Is there provision for summoning the department or whoever is supposed to report to do so? Because if it's left open-ended, then it means the issues may not be resolved. And the municipalities can even take advantage to say, even if I don't report, nothing will happen. You understand? So I just want to check with COCTA.
No, all I know is that with us at the province, if reports are not submitted on time, first you need a written explanation. And then after some time, you have to comply. I think you would even know that even with the audit process the same, even at national, there are other entities that are still, let's not talk ESCOM for now because they might switch off the lights. So there are other entities that are still being audited for previous years, there's still audit outstanding. But maybe let's hear from COCTA if there's any provision. If there is-
I'll allow Kinewe to respond in terms of what they do as follow-up to submission of reports.
Okay. Kenelo?
Thanks for that. Where there are non-submissions, I think various pieces of legislation, for example, the MFMA, I think at the outset, does make provision then for the accounting officer to notify the relevant oversight bodies. So those are, for example, our department, treasury, just to name a few, to say that we as a municipality or the accounting officer would say, we as a municipality have not been able to comply with this requirement, whether it's a tabling or a submission, providing the reasons for the non-compliance or non-submission, together with the corrective measures that would be implemented by the municipality. But more specifically, from our departmental perspective, where we find that there is non-submission or non-compliance, then through our engagements with municipalities, we will follow up, but more than that, we also do issue non-compliance letters in order to enforce the submissions. And not only the submissions, but for example, an example close to home right now, the tabling of the oversight reports. So that is a matter of non-compliance for which, yeah, letters would have been sent out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the last issue, okay, yes. May we have the mic, please?
No, a quick clarity, Chair. I promise I'm not going to spoil it. This reporting, I just want to check because there's this thing of separation of powers. Who are we referring? Who must report? Is it an accounting officer? Is it a council? Is it us, MPAC? I just need a clarity. So that you're saying that MPACs do not, there's no report of MPAC at COCTA. Who is supposed to do that? Because I'm just basing that on the fact that we report to council. I hope the gentleman, even though he was disagreeing with me, was going to refer or take us to the rule that says that indeed, we can go and open a case, after a decision of the council is taken. Because if it's a decision of the council, we can't want to play back and forth and contest with the council as MPAC. Thank you, Chair.
My understanding, and COCTA could correct, is that it is reports of the council that goes to the MEC for COCTA. That also includes the annual, the audit reports. That also must go to the MEC for COCTA. Am I correct? You want to respond?
Yes, it comes from council, but the source of the report would be MPAC.
Yeah.
To table their.
That's where the point is.
Oversight
the point
report.
is that if you emphasize the source, there could be another issue. We agree that MPAC could develop a report and make recommendations, but that's why they are their recommendations. Those reports must go to council, and if adopted, then they become the resolutions of council. They are no longer MPAC resolutions. And the custodian of implementation, follow-up and everything is council. Submission to province is council. So I think that's the point that is being made. We're all in agreement. Okay, thank you very much. Lastly, there was an issue about probity auditors. Where do we get the permission to appoint and who appoints? And I'm not sure about this one. if I could be assisted. Yes.
Chair, the municipalities are responsible for appointing their own probity auditors, just like province is. However, as COCTA, with this current support, what we have said to the municipalities that we are supporting now is that we're prepared to sit. We won't be probity auditors because we're not really auditors, but to review their processes currently. So because we've already developed all these controls and these checklists, we are willing through the SCM experts to actually sit with the municipalities through their procurement processes just to support them on that. However, we've also indicated that they will need to also then prioritize their biggest financial contracts, so that, because we can't stretch ourselves for everything that they are going to be taking on to bid for. So we have made that invitation to the municipalities we are currently supporting on the UIF and W process. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any additions on that? Okay. Honorable members, before that, yes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the response. But what I wanted to find out is that, and I'll qualify why I'm asking this. What I wanted to find out is that now we have, as I said before, we recommended to council, it was resolved. But you know what happened? That earned us a finding from the Auditor General. Because the people who are responsible to report or to submit our oversight report as per council resolution did not do that. And the Auditor General said to us as MPAC, found that MPAC did not do their job. So in this regard, how do you trust the people who are going to sit with your report and trust that they will submit the report? And it's precisely because, Chair, the probity audit thing, it became a problem because the executive thought that we want to encroach or overreach in their powers and exercises. So it was a little bit of a problem. But we did not know that our report was not submitted. But it was resolved by council that report of MPAC be adopted. Thank you.
Okay, I think the point is clear. Maybe it's a matter that we can mandate is the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to look at and then be able to provide us with the direction on the way forward on the matter. Okay, agreed? Okay, honorable members, chairpersons of MPACs, councillors who are members of MPACs, the support staff, our partners, the Office of Auditor General, the COCTA, Fire, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, SALGA, Speakers Forum. We are now coming to the end of our session. Just so that we clear what's going to happen. This session was mainly about what plans are there to support the Municipal Public Accounts Committees as a body, and also to support oversight on financial management, governance, and accountability. So what is going to happen is that the first step is that we are going to produce the report. And we've got very capable staff members sitting at the back there who are going to be able to assist us. Some are on the side, sorry. Who are going to assist us to produce the report. The report with recommendations will be considered by the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Unfortunately, our last meeting is next week. So when we come back, the first meeting, amongst others, will consider that. What then happens in our case is that when we have adopted the report with recommendations, we submit it to the legislature, either in a sitting as a report or through what we call the announcement tabling and ATC, what does it stand? Announcement tabling and, what is C for? What? Committees. Okay, that's a very strange name, but it's fine. So through ATC, and then we submit it. When it's on ATC, it's a resolution of the House, even if the House didn't sit. Then whatever recommendations are there, the Speaker will write to the various relevant departments and ensure that they give responses by a particular time that would have been determined in the report. As soon as we've got those responses, we will come back to you to say this is what's happening. There are a number of things that we'll be able to do. Today you got presentations. You know what presentations do? They're just broad and general. We are going to need specifics. If you say you are going to train MPACs, we want to know how many training you'll have and what impact you're going to make. And then on a quarterly basis, you must give us what impact you've made and interventions. And that's what you're going to do on our part. On your part is that we'll ensure that this report, before you finalize it, we send it to you so that you look at it and ensure that all the matters we've discussed here are covered. Please don't raise new matters. One of the biggest problems we will have is that when we send the report to you, we might find that there are changes in your MPAC. You are no longer members, the new people. And then there's a problem. People then want to come with new things. So we'll stick to what we have discussed. The good thing is that we've got recordings. And then together we'll monitor implementation. So that's what we're going to do. The third thing, we will seek a session with the Office of the Speaker, with the Gauteng Speakers Forum, so that we can also be able to track on some of the things that they say they are going to do here. Unfortunately, like I said, we can't hold them accountable. They are our bosses. But there are matters that need their attention that we're going to refer to them. Lastly, we are still committed to ensuring that our national body, our national association is still committed to ensuring that we establish NAMPAC. There were a number of issues that held the decision back because most of the public accounts committees or let me say legislatures were busy with the budget processes. So we're still committed to that. Let me see if there are other things, but before we close, is there somebody who really feels there's something they want to say which is extremely important before we close? I don't see any. So let me take this opportunity to thank you. I know it has been a long day since this morning up to now, but thank you very much. Drive safely and arrive home alive. What is it? Arrive alive. Arrive alive, yes. I know that those of you who are moving out of Ekurhuleni, it's heavy traffic now, so just be patient. If you like, you can stay a little bit, but if you like to be in the traffic, you can start taking your route. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Where's Mbongi?